This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga. Police have sent specialized security teams to Seikuru and Ukasi in Kitui County after recent attacks raised tension in the areas. The National Police Service says the incidents are isolated and carried out by few individuals, not entire communities. They are urging residents to stay calm, saying the suspects do not represent any clan or family, despite the fear caused by the attacks. Pressure is growing on the government to address rising insecurity after a deadly bandit attack in Mwingi North. Homa Bay Senator Moses Kajwang has warned that Kenya should focus on protecting its own citizens before taking part in foreign missions. Speaking in the Senate, Kajwang said the country must prioritize security at home, especially after Kenyan officers returned from a mission in Haiti to help fight gang violence.
Statement by my deputy leader of minority, Senator Wambua. Mr. Speaker, charity must begin at home. Yesterday, our very valiant policemen and women came back from Haiti, where they went and contained gang violence. But we cannot be fixing Haiti if we cannot fix problems back in Kenya. Mr. Speaker, 7 lives is too many. In fact, there is an emerging theory in this country that if you want action from the national government, kill a politician. If you want action, beat up a politician. If you want action, raid the property of a politician. That's when action will be taken. Mr. Speaker, 7 lives is too much.
The Kenya National Union of Teachers has raised concern over a new funding circular issued by the Ministry of Education. The circular, signed by Education Principal Secretary Julius Bitok, allocates 188 shillings per primary school learner, with only 7 shillings set aside for exams and assessments. NAT says the allocation is too low to effectively support school operations.
This is a 48-page exercise book. 1. How about the rest of the learning areas? Where will the learners get the rest of the exercise books? This, in essence, is telling the parents of this country that the government is asking them to dig deep into their pockets to support the learning of their children.
Na elimu ya watoto wetu si jambo ambalo tunalichukulia hivi hivi, si jambo rahisi, ni swala nyeti mno, kwa sababu maisha ya watoto hawa ya baadaye yanategemea elimu ambayo wanapewa sasa.
The youngest son of Zimbabwe's late former leader Robert Mugabe is to be deported from South Africa immediately, a court in Johannesburg has ordered. Bellarmine Mugabe pleaded guilty to pointing a firearm and illegally being in the country earlier this month after he was arrested following the shooting of a 23-year-old man at his home. The 28-year-old has also been ordered to pay a fine of $36,000. And that's the truth on Radio Generation. Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga.
In the beginning, there was morning radio. But now there is Radio Generations, the people's breakfast. Curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The people's breakfast. Your morning, your voice, your journey. Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights. Radio Generation.
Yes, indeed. This is the home of hard truths and bold insights. The people's breakfast on Radio Generation. The time right now is 4 minutes past 6 o'clock. My name is Mungala Mbuvi. Na niko naye wanamwitanga paka mzee City Muga. How art thou doeth?
I am doing well. Or should I respond in the same manner in which you asked the question? I doeth well.
Yeah.
Or should I say
it's a problem?
I doeth welleth.
I doeth well. Uko vipi lakini?
Mimi nashukuru niko mzima.
Unajua leo ni when? Leo ni 30th of April. Yes, of course it's Thursday, but most importantly, it is the last day of April.
Right.
And that means one thing and one thing alone.
Mwaka ndio hiyo mbio.
Kianga imeenda. The first quarter, no, is it the first third of the year is done.
Quarter.
Third.
Quarter.
Third.
Quarter.
Third.
Yes. 4 months is a third of the year. Bwana, si waje tu niendelee na hiyo quarter. It sounds good.
Quarter ni wakati wa March.
Najua quarter ni 3 months. Yes, yet sijui.
Saizi tuko third.
Karibu useme quarter?
Yeah, karibu. Sababu unanichanganya pale, unanirusha maneno pale, unanifanyia hivi kidogo. Unataka kuni confuse.
Lakini umeshikilia.
Nimesimama pale kidete. Nimesimama kidete pale.
Sawa.
All right. So significant events rather in history on this particular day. Number 1. In 1945, Adolf Hitler commits suicide in his Berlin bunker as Soviet troops approach ending his Nazi regime. 1945, 30th April, Adolf Hitler alijimaliza. Na pia alikuwa na mpenzi wake ambaye ndiye alikuwa bibi yake. He gave his wife a cyanide pill. Na yeye akameza cyanide pill, akaona hii uchungu ni mingi sana, akachukua bastola akajifiatua kwenye ubongo na akajimaliza hivyo, lakini mpenziwe alibaki writhe in pain because of that particular cyanide pill. And in case you're wondering what a cyanide pill is, you've got to Google that, but it's a very potent poison. Cyanide, chemical formula CN. Hiyo kitu ni mbaya tena sana.
Mbaya vipi?
It gets into your cells, specifically your mitochondria. Do you know what a mitochondria is?
So ndio mtaalamu utaniambia mitochondria.
Mitochondria is where oxygen is metabolized. Unaona ile oxygen you breathe in. Hiyo. Cyanide gets into the mitochondria and then does something known as non-competitive inhibition. It literally blocks oxygen metabolism, pop, and that's how you die. It's a very painful death.
Oxygen haitembei kwa mwili.
Hata ikitembea haichukuliwi na cells.
So
hata ukitupwa ndani ya
what it does, it starves the cells of oxygen.
No. It literally stops the it doesn't starve. Oxygen will be inside the cell, but it will not be utilized. And that's how you lose your life. It's a very dramatic death, by the way. All right, so they took cyanide pills, both of them, lakini Hitler akona hapana, hii uchungu ni mingi sana, akachukua bastola akajifiatua. Akadedi akago. Also something else, in 1980, terrorists seized the Iranian embassy in London. Ma terrorist. 1980s kulikuwa na terrorists?
Yes.
Okay. Mimi nilidhani terrorists walikujanga juzi. Aya, in 1989, the World Wide Web is introduced to the public domain. 1989, the World Wide Web is introduced to the public domain. You're probably wondering where or who was using it in private. Well, it was actually being used by the military. Yeah. Na hizo ni military za UK na za US. Ndio wakakaka wakasema sisi tunaweza patia watu kitu. Haitumie. Na hivyo ndivyo tulipata internet.
Kama Google Earth ilikuja baadaye. Wao jamaa the security agents wakaitumia sema si tupatie wananchi pia.
Enjoy.
Wanajua anaishi wapi.
But the versions that were usually given are toned down.
The free versions.
Yeah. The internet, the world, the
but they were
Google Earth.
But they were fascinating.
Oh yes, they were. I remember before Google Maps, we had this thing Google Earth, and you had to download that software onto your computer for you to use it, and I was fascinated.
My friend, so was I.
Nilikuwa naenda pale Africa, then na zoom in kidogo, naenda mahali panaitwa Kenya, na zoom in kidogo tena, naona Nairobi, and then I zoom in into a house. Nikiona hizo tiles zetu hapo, nikiona mali gari yetu na paki yangu, I was amazed. I was like, what? You want to tell me everyone around the world can see me where I am, where I live? Mpaka nilikuwa tafuta kanione kama nitaona kuku zetu hapo. I would zoom in to my grandmother's home, check out kama kuna kitu significant, naona the huts there, naona the granary there, ninaona mahali tunaendaga kucheza, naona shamba, and I was like, oh my God, this is it. The things the World Wide Web did.
In the 1980s, the prominent terrorist groups walikuwa ni PLO,
Lumumba.
No, Palestinian Liberation Organization.
Okay.
Red Army faction of Germany. Okay, it was a left-wing militant group.
Okay.
There was Carlos the Jackal. Unakumbuka yule?
Nimesikia juu yake.
Ilich Ramirez Sanchez. Illich. Ilikuwa jina yake.
Ramirez.
Yes.
Sanchez.
Yes.
Huyu alikuanga wa nchi gani huyu?
Huyu Carlos the Jackal. Huyu jamaa most of his operations were in the Middle East, lakini kule alikotoka ilikuwa ni Latin America.
Okay.
Inasemekana hivyo.
All right.
There was a group called the Sabri Albana. Okay?
Sabri Albana.
Yes, the Abu Nidal organization.
Abu Nidal, lazima useme na accent. Abu Nidal.
Yes. It was a splinter group of the PLO, not PLO Lumumba.
Yes.
Palestinian Liberation Organization.
Okay.
Then kula huyu jamaa kile mtu alikuwa anamjua alikuwa anaitwa Osama bin Laden.
Osama tunamjua.
The Saudi.
Aliweza kuangamizwa wakati wa President Obama.
Walimdedi.
Walimmaliza.
Walimdedisha.
Walimfanyile kitu bwana.
Yes.
Walimtuma Sayuni.
Alienda sharp, quick.
Several movies and documentaries have been made about his capture / death.
It would not have been possible if it wasn't for the assistance of the Pakistani government.
Right.
Yes.
He was in Islamabad at the time, or was he in some remote place in
Karibu Pakistan huko.
Islamabad iko Pakistan.
Yes, lakini why I'm saying Pakistan, I'm not sure that it was Islamabad.
Okay.
It was somewhere.
But it was somewhere
in remote.
Okay. Yes, I remember. There's a specific movie if you want to have a detailed account of how exactly he eventually met his death. It is called 0 Dark 30.
I watched the movie.
You've watched it, eh? Hey, that movie is intense.
It is intense. Entire movie. Iko hapa.
Edge of your seat kind of manenos.
Yani inaanza hapa, ina maintain tu hapa tu. Ina maintain.
Lakini kama wewe si mtu unapendanga drama, find documentaries on the same. You can find them on various platforms, including Netflix, YouTube, and whatever it is that you watch these things.
Mimi napenda drama, bro.
Mimi hiyo nili watch specifically because of that drama. You know, that edge of your seat kind of drama. 0 Dark 30 is the name of the movie.
And then in that period of the 1980s is when we started understanding domestic terrorism, especially in America.
Okay.
Kuna jamaa alikuwa anaitwa McVeigh. Okay. Maze a federal building.
Yes.
Kaboom.
Alilipua yote.
Kaboom. Okay.
Yeah.
So, and this had nothing to do with the Middle East.
It was just their own internal issues.
The internal issues that we speak of had to do with what you call white supremacist. Mtu anamba, and the feeling was that hii serikali mazee haitusaidii bwana. Sisi ambao ndio wenye nchi.
Yes.
White supremacists. Hebu angalia sasa. Watu nyeusi wanapewa sijui nini. Mazee hii serikali imetuabandon.
Watu brown.
Yes, hatuna chetu bwana, jamani chukua kazi zetu. Kazi uliokuwa nayo ambayo amechukua ni ipi? So wamechukua kazi zetu wamepeleka sio wapi? Hadithi ya kutoa kazi kule kwao na kuzipeleka mahali pengine ilianza hapo. Later on we go to the 21st century. It was a much louder sentiment. All our jobs have gone to China.
Right. Have you seen what the King of England did you hear rather his speech when he went to Congress?
No, niambie brother, alisema nini bwana?
Jamaa alisomea Americans ni kama watoto bana.
Kweli? Nini bwana?
Of course he did it in the British way, being polite and using superlatives, some of those people don't even understand.
Ilikuwa inapita hoop.
Ilikuwa inaingilia kwa hii masikio inatokeza ingine. But long story short, what he told them is like, guys, stop behaving as though you own this world. In very many words. By the way, he told them, guys,
hii tabia mwache.
Hii tabia mko nayo ya kuprefect the entire world, itawachomea. And then he specifically told Congress again in very many words that they need to take back power. Yeah? They are the ones who are elected by the people directly. Wacha hii story ya president alichukuliwa na college akaeko hapo. Nyinyi ndio sifuna bas. Akawaambia guys, hii fala mko nayo mtaacha. So and they were clapping for him. Nini. Bro, wacha experts waanze ku unpack your speech.
Walichambua.
Even Americans, they were like, my goodness.
Ujamaa.
This is the leadership that America deserves. It's like they're asking to be recolonized.
What I caught was a clip where
yes.
Nani anasema who president wa America ndo nani huyo?
Donald Trump.
Donald Trump alisema wana kama sisi mngekuwa mnaongea Kijerumani. Na King akajibu unajua kama sisi mko mnaongea Kifaransa.
Throwing jabs at each other too. Subtle jabs, eh?
Sasa jua ukijua.
That it is. That's it. If you get time, bana, go find that speech. It's not a really long speech. It's a short one. The king being the king, and of course he's advanced in age. Alisimama kwa muda mfupi, but he delivered.
Huo ni mse akupoa, eh?
Huo mse manze alibonga poa sana. Actually, for me, when I watched him, I was like, I think we have forgotten what kind of that kind of leadership would actually deliver for the people, as opposed to hii ingine ya kujipiga kifua na kupiga kelele mingi na kutukanana. Tupatie methali yetu.
Right. Tuko nchi gani brother? Kama wakumbuka.
Nitasawaje, tuko Burkina Faso kule kwa Captain Traore.
Basi tuko huko. Okay? Those who seek revenge must remember to dig 2 graves.
Those who seek revenge
must remember to dig
2 graves.
Yako
na ya mwenzi
na yule jamaa
ya wewe mwenye unataka kumaliza.
Huyo mwenzako huyo.
Si hata wahenga wa hapa Afrika Mashariki walisema an eye for an eye leaves the whole world blind.
Walisema hivyo, sio?
Walisema.
That is actually a true saying.
Exactly. Kwa hivyo kama utachimba kisima, wewe jua utaingia mwenyewe pia. Watu walikuanga wajanja sana.
Wajua wao walijua wao ndio AI.
Sio yeye tunatumianga.
Ngoja kidogo. Wao wanakuambia tu afai iko namna hiyo.
Ilikuwa inatokezea tu hapo direct injection.
Yes.
All right, it is now 17 minutes past 6 o'clock. Let's see what's making headlines on radiogeneration.co.ke. And the first one posted just 2 minutes ago. New survey shows growing health pressure as child pregnancies and malaria increase. Allah? Okay. So, a new national health report is pointing to growing strain in Kenya's health system after fresh figures showed a sharp rise in pregnancies among young girls alongside a steep increase in malaria infections across the country. So according to the report, 11,600 girls were samahani tena. According to the report, 11,600 girls aged between 10 and 14 attended their first antenatal clinic visit in 2025, up from 10,126 in 2024. This represents a 14.6% increase in pregnancies within this age group. What? Child pregnancies.
This isn't new. We got to hear of this and it was highlighted immediately post-COVID. Remember when children were forced to be home because of COVID?
Yeah, because of the disease.
The aftermath, yes, is when there was an explosion of pregnancies among very young children.
Yes.
Okay?
Yes.
So all we are saying is that the situation that pertained during that particular period may have gone down, but it is still something of concern. Grave concern.
Ilikuwa nasemekana most of these some were being impregnated by family members, uncles, cousins, and so on.
That is what was said, but there were other stories of the neighborhood within which they lived.
Yes.
If parents managed to leave to go out, they were older people. I still remember being told a story by a colleague of how there was a neighbor who came looking for, I think it was a 15-year-old child, was 16.
Yes.
And they looked at the child. The child had just left the home, had not been back in half an hour. Apparently, that child used to visit a neighbor. This neighbor, his domestic situation, should we say, was not very stable, as in his wife had left.
Yes.
So this girl used to spend a lot of time
with this gentleman.
Yes. Now, the details of the time spent I do not know of, but the neighbors felt, no, this is wrong.
Yeah.
It's very wrong. This is a child.
Yeah.
And you are clearly not in your first youth. Yes. And the young lady apparently refused to leave the house.
Aye. Akakata.
That's how the drama ensued.
Is this something that happened in Kenya?
Yes, one of these estates that people live in. I'm not going to give details because then one can zero in easily.
Okay.
But when I first heard the story, I asked the person, please repeat the story again, please, so that I can hear it properly. It was repeated. And I said, okay, so later on, what did they discover? Apparently, this guy used to give the girl money. I told the person I'd heard enough. I did not need to hear more. Yes.
You know, the reason why I'm shocked by, number one, these figures is because me, when I was young, when I was this age, I cannot remember a single neighbor that got pregnant.
You can't remember because it didn't happen.
Okay, yes. It didn't, well...
It didn't happen.
Yeah. It didn't happen. Even when I was in high school, sikumbuki watu tulisoma na wao wakati huo. Any of them akiongea juu ya sister zao, ama of course brothers don't get pregnant. But you get what I mean? So, when I hear of these numbers in 2026, man, for me, it's number one, heartbreaking, and then it's shocking. Or is it shocking, then heartbreaking? 11,600 girls, but aged between 10 and 14. 10 and 14.
Do you know what the age of sexual debut in Kenya is?
No.
Around 9 years of age.
So, mimi nilichelewa?
Among girls. 9.
Man.
It's the stats on this particular subject can be extremely depressing. Yes.
Anyway, you can read this one on the website, that is radiogeneration.co.ke. I wonder whether we are doing enough to protect our girls, eh?
No, we're not. No, we are simple. You've asked a question, and I'm answering. No, we're not.
Yeah. KNB, not KNBS. Where is it? Elite police teams take over Mwingi Garissa corridor after fatal clashes. Did you hear what happened yesterday? There was a young child that was killed.
Where?
School-going child.
Where?
Let me confirm if I'll get that story, but I think ilifanyika tu huko. Hizo sehemu za huko. Did it happen in Kitui County? Yeah, I'll get that story and then I'll share it with you. But it was a really, 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 really bad situation. So, elite police teams take over Mwingi Garissa corridor after fatal clashes. Now, if you remember, something happened over the weekend.
Yes, where 7 people died. That I remember.
Yeah. Mahali kuna watu 7 to be specific waliweza kuuawa.
Were the issues across community borders? And if so, who were the individual groups that were clashing?
You see, now that's the thing, we don't know.
Yeah, but then it becomes vague. We have to be told. Mwingi is huge. So which part of Mwingi and which communities were fighting, and the people who lost lives, which village did they come from?
Yeah. Serikali, obviously, like yesterday, we sat here with the PAS in the Ministry of Interior.
Yes.
Na wakatuambia wanafanya uchunguzi, and we'll get the message, we'll get the information when we get it. And at this point, I wouldn't want to speculate. But these are my thoughts, independent thoughts as Paul Mongala Mbuvi. Kuna mtu anajaribu kuanzisha kitu.
Yes.
Something that didn't exist. Yeah. Someone is trying to start some kind of enmity, because how is it that people were just chilling at night, sleeping, no one, then they are attacked, hacked to death, property destroyed, some burned? Why? Like, what's the purpose of that?
How long has it been there for it to have escalated to this particular point?
Yes. Na hiki tu si mara ya kwanza inasemekana. It's been going on for years. Yeah, I remember one time even elders from both communities in that area sat down and had a conversation. So I think someone somewhere is trying to start something. Mtu anajaribu kuanzisha kitu, na hiyo kitu inafaa kuchunguzwa mapema before iende mbali. A renewed security response has been rolled out along the Mwingi Garissa corridor after a series of violent incidents and movement disruptions forced authorities to step up protection for travelers, traders, and residents using the route. The National Police Service has confirmed that specialized officers drawn from the General Service Unit and Rapid Deployment Unit have now been positioned on the highway to accompany vehicles and strengthen safety following recent insecurity and road interruptions. Mimi ninaomba wakipata ni politician,
tafadhali,
whether ni mtu elected
ama ni member wa chama gani, tafadhali,
ama ni aspirant, bwana wadilo mtu wampeleke kotini, afikishwe mahakamani, amaliziwe kesi yake kabisa, na akifungwa bwana huo mtu asisaidiwe na mtu,
na asifungwe hizo miezi mitatu.
Hapana. Kama ni life without parole kaende. Kama ni ahukumiwe kunyongwa, ahukumiwe. Because this is the beginning of something very nasty.
Do you know that in 92, we had started having cases of what you call tribal clashes?
Yes.
This is around the same time when we were promulgating, actually we were restoring the multi-party system in Kenya, repealing Section 2A of our constitution. And every 5 years prior to an election, we had again what was then called tribal clashes. And the clashes occurred in borders.
Yeah.
There was Rift Valley clashes, Olenguruoni areas, Molo, Njoro.
Olenguruoni nakwanga? Molo?
Yes, it's two sides, lakini ni mbali na Molo kidogo.
Okay.
It's a serious tea growing area and so forth. There were those clashes. Along the border of Luo Nyanza, along the Sondo Miriu River and Kericho County, there were clashes. There were clashes then in the Nandi area, bordering the Muhoroni area, there were clashes, and people who had died. After these clashes died down, so to speak,
yes,
when neighbors would not talk with the neighbors, what neighbors found was that the neighbors on the Nandi side, I'm speaking now from the area that I come from,
yes,
they had also been attacked. And the neighbors on the Luo side had also been attacked. So it looks like there were people who were given the mandate, you attack this side, then they go and attack this side, so that the people can think that the attack is coming from their neighbors, so that they can clash.
So it was a setup. Huyu afikirieni yule afikirieni huyu.
Both sides did not know the people whom they saw, because they saw the people and these people were strange to them. Meaning special groups had been set up to try and stir this particular pot. Okay?
What?
And even now, there are stories of similar stirrings along those borders. I'm talking to you now. Yes. There are people who start these things. Just like the 2008 clashes we had in the Rift Valley and the environs, there was nothing organic about those things. Those things were instigated by certain individuals and they pushed that agenda.
Yeah.
Yes. At the organic, no.
Hata hii akitui na kwambia hii si organic.
There's nothing organic about this thing.
Si organic hiyo.
There's somebody who's instigating that particular problem.
And I cannot imagine the pain that the families that lost people.
7 people. You know, one thing that Senator Kajwang was right about. 7 people is very many, bwana. Sababu alifanya makosa gani?
Walikosea nani?
Exactly.
What was the issue?
Na walikosea juu ya nini?
If you have an issue with your fellow politician, bana, you deal with your political rival, bana. Wachana innocent people in a village where they're already suffering. They do not have water, they do not have food, they hardly have money to do anything. They can't take their children to school. Then now you're adding insecurity on top of that. I am mad because number one, it's the county I come from, but number two, me I know najua Wakamba awananga shida na mtu. And those neighbors of ours in that area, yes, and the people the neighboring county, as a matter of fact, we don't even recognize those boundaries.
What one intermingle freely?
Intermarry even.
Freely.
Yes, people have married from there. They have married from this other side.
Sasa hii shida watu wanasema ipo imetoka wapi?
Anyway, now I've said about mtoto aliyekufa. 3 stories from here. Kirinyaga County, a 6-year-old boy who went missing in Dugi village was found dead in River Mukengeria on April 29th, 2026, after an overnight search by residents. Then another incident in Nakuru County, the body of a 2-year-old boy who had been missing for 5 days was found in River Darugu in Kapket village, Njoro, on April 28th, 2026. Then in Murang'a County, a 4-month-old boy was killed in Gatanga, on Tuesday, April 28th, 2026, after a man allegedly dropped the baby on a concrete floor during a domestic dispute. Yeah, so incidences involving children in the last, at the very least, last 1 week. One more story. Perhaps PSB Talk breaks down the 1,400 shillings per learner funding after confusion over 95 shilling allocation. Have you seen this story making rounds?
I've heard of it. I've not read it.
So public concern over how money is allocated to public primary schools has pushed the Education Ministry to clearly outline how the 1,400 bob annual capitation per learner is divided, following confusion triggered by reports focusing only on 95 shillings. Now, in a statement issued on April 29th, Principal Secretary State Department for Basic Education, Julius Bitok, said the funding is structured into separate categories meant to support both learning materials and day-to-day school operations and not a single uniform amount. He clarified that the widely circulated 95 bob figure represents only one component of the total allocation per learner. Unajua serikali, nakumbuka jana tukiongea na PAS Beverly. These guys need to do more of this, because if they do not educate the public, the opposition will run ham. The amounts shown are per learner, not per school, highlighted by PS Bitok. Now, Bitok explained that the capitation funds are already disbursed in two main accounts based on enrollment data from the National Education Management System information system as of November 25th, 2024. He said account 1 covers learning materials, where the 95 bob per learner is broken down into specific classroom needs. But still, I want to understand, 95 bob. Hii ni kitabu moja, penseli, sharpener na raba.
You know, bro, it is important we bring somebody from the ministry if they'll agree to come, so they can explain this to us in greater detail.
Under this category, 40 bob is allocated for exercise books. I told you.
How many?
Now, 40 bob is allocated for exercise books. I don't know how much books cost nowadays.
It probably costs 40 bob is probably one exercise book.
Zindio? Aya. 35 shillings for stationery. Already tumeshamaliza 70 bob hapo. 75 to be precise.
Imebaki ngapi?
Imebaki sasa nasema shillings 15 for teachers guides and reference materials and 5 for maintenance of textbooks.
Did they pick up this figure from 1970?
This government of yours, Siti Muga.
Yes, it's my government. You know, figures which made a lot of sense in an earlier time, but this time here I'm thinking,
wacha niache kucheka. Si tumesema tutaita mtu pa kutoka ministry.
Tutaita.
But this is funny.
So the allocation tumemaliza 100 bob, ndio?
Sasa imesema he further broke down there's account 2 stating that 20 bob goes to support staff wages, while 23 bob is allocated to repairs, maintenance and improvement of school infrastructure as classrooms and sanitation facilities. Let's not forget, this is per child, so hakuna mwalimu analipa 20 bob.
No. So if it is per child and there are 100 children in that school,
yes,
that is 2,000 shillings.
That is 2,000 bob for teachers.
And it is per what?
Per annum. And then nimekwambia City, your government. Tutaita mtu wa ministry.
No, this one requires explaining.
Yes, because we might be even dishing out
kuna kitu hatujaelewa hapa, so tuache.
Information tunaweza kuwa tukisema vibaya si wenyewe.
Yes,
because it doesn't make sense.
No, it definitely doesn't make sense.
And then opposition walikuwa nasema hivi, si juzi kuna watu walienda State House. Was it yesterday? It was yesterday. The president met people from Kirinyaga County yesterday, because I remember I saw their governor, Honorable Waiguru. So they were in State House yesterday. And those guys, I understand, I don't know how true or not true this is, they were given 5,000 shillings per person. So someone is saying, nyinyi mnaenda State House kupatiwa 5,000, na watoto wenyu wanakula 95 shillings kwa shule.
You know, an explanation would suffice.
Exactly.
That PS Bitok has come and explained it is a good thing.
Yes.
Hajanyamaza, this is excellent.
Yes.
You've explained. Now we want this thing broken down so that we can understand it and how it meets the needs. Every subject that a student has in the school requires an exercise book.
Right.
So this amount that we've allocated, and it's per year, how does the arithmetic work out?
Right.
Okay, that's number one. The allocation, every allocation and how it's divvied up, explain to us how it is implemented,
yes,
and how it is that it makes sense.
And if it would be good if they give us an example of a specific school.
And say this is how it works.
Atwambia, for example, Olympic School in Kibra has got X number of children.
It has 2,000 students.
Yeah, so this is
how it works. You know, it would be good. Because maybe Visasa, I'm stuck here, Levi.
As far as I'm concerned, I am like 95 bob. It makes sense. Aya, wacha tufanye kitu inaitwa traffic, tujue nani amekwama, if at all mmekwama.
Traffic.
Haya, nikiangalia Kilimani Estate, that entire area, Ngong Road siko Kilimani. So hiyo barabara yote ya Ngong Road iko tu sawa. Mpaka mwingie town mko fiti kabisa, hamna traffic. It's only 6:35. Nikiangalia pia side za Kibra actually hapa anaangalia Olympic mali iko Olympic kuko sawa kwa kote, haina shida yoyote. Karanja Road uko sehemu za Ayani mko tu sawa sawa, hapo kuna traffic yote. Actually kuna mali hata kuna magari kabisa. Then tuingie wapi huko hivi? Airport, sehemu za Mombasa Road. No. Hii ni Wilson Airport. Wilson Airport inakuanga it has a funny shape, Anyway, it's not looking bad as far as traffic is concerned. Naona mko fiti, mnasonga vyema kabisa. Southern Bypass as well iko fiti. Mombasa Road, watu ambao wanatoka, acha tuangalie kama kuna mahali kuna traffic Mombasa Road. Mombasa Road iko sawa. Ninaangalia tu hapo Quickmart Mlolongo mkielekea sehemu ya Machakos. There's a little bit of a yellow line. That means kuna traffic kidogo, but I know this is because of that stage that inakuanga hapo. Na imeanzia All Park, imeenda all the way to Life Care Multi-Speciality Hospitals. Hapo ndipo kidogo mtajipata na msongamano wa magari. Lakini zaidi hapo mnasonga vizuri. Whether you're going away or you're leaving or you're coming back. Sawa? Haya. Tuangalie sehemu inaitwa Thika Road. Thika Road, Kasarani area, yoyote mkiteremka mfike mpaka Pangani, kuna msongamano wa magari. Pockets zingine zinafunguka lakini zingine zimeshikamana. So I can assume the red spot ni juu ya stage, and then after that you guys are moving. But si mnajua mkifika KCA University, that one is hell on earth. Going back all the way to Kenyatta University, ni mko sawa kabisa. Then tuende wapi? Tuende Mombasa. Mombasa iko vipi? Kuna jamaa anaitwa Ahmed Asmali yako huko Mombasa, anajienjoy mbaya. Yeah,
tukiongelea jana.
Ule jamaa tulikuwa tunaongelea jana
ako mzima, lakini
ako mzima na si alisema anatubaya kahawa.
Sijui kama wewe ndio ulisema.
Nilisema.
Wewe ukunywa kahawa?
Hiyo kahawa hajanifikia.
Na ile ulikunywa asubuhi?
Hiyo ni mimi nimejibaia.
Na ile jana.
Ya jana wewe ndio ulibai. Haya, tunaonoka sehemu za Mombasa mko sawa kabisa. Ziwani, Lumumba, Moi Avenue, Nkuruma Road, uko kote mko sawa bana. Msongamano wa magari uko tu kawaida. Nikiangalia bara la Afrika sasa, tukitoka kisiwani tumeingia kwa bara la Afrika, Mamba Village kule Wild Waters, barabara yote iko sawa. Msimkiona kitu mtanisho, you know where to find me.
Traffic on Radio Generation.
All right, it's time for us to check the newspaper. We shall start with the People Daily. Front page says, economy slips again as agriculture dips. Manufacturing salvages Kenya's economic growth to a slower 4.6%, and of course, jobs are on the rise. This story is on page 6 and 7. Let me just give you some figures, yeah? These are the highlights. Wanasema, construction industry grows by 6.8% in 2025, recovering from a 0.7% contraction in 2024. And then in 2025, the tourism sector recorded improved performance. Visitors coming into the country grew by more than 5% to over 2 million. That's a good thing. And then the number of departing visitors increased by 8% to 2,428,000. And in 2025, that is. Now, the number of departing Kenyan residents increased by 9.8% to 1,539.3 thousand in 2025. Okay. Inflation. Overall inflation eased from 4.51% in 2024 to 4.01% in 2025, mainly due to relatively lower food prices. This is according to the CS for Treasury, FCPA Mbadi. Jana nilimsikiza kidogo akasema makazi yameongezeka, and I'm sure perhaps if we read this report we shall get the finer details.
What I'd like to know, but the good thing is we have a gentleman economist,
yep,
who will be with us at 7.
Yes.
I'd like to ask him this question, because when the people talk about economic growth, what do they mean? Because it is spoken of as though it's a very good thing. And what I need to understand is what the impact economic growth has for the betterment of the livelihood of the citizens. Hiyo ndio nataka nielewe tu.
Na mheshimiwa alisema makazi yenye yameongezeka ni in the informal sector.
The informal sector in this country is a growth industry.
Yes.
He put it inakuwaga juu. I simply want to understand how you work out economic growth.
Yes.
What it is, the anatomy of it, and what it means when we speak of the lives of citizens getting better. Remember, kuna ka million tatu, there's some 3 million people who are still at the brink of starvation in this country.
Yes.
How? Tutatoa hapo
aje. So mheshimiwa alisema that increase huko in the informal sector is in the 80s, in 80 something percent. I think he mentioned 86. I could be wrong on that, but he said 80 something. That much I remember. Then he put the other one now in the formal sector. Kitu mimi nataka kujua ni hizi ni kazi gani zimeongezeka in the informal sector.
Which sector exactly?
So are we talking about, for example, jobs increased in Juakali, for example, manufacturing
informal Juakali, just
so so hiyo Juakali like ni nini haswa
kama ni formal sector? Agoa na scale ilipewa jeki karibuni, so it is up and about. So are we saying there are more investors who've come into the country and are employing more people? What are we saying? Are we saying
AGOA, umesema AGOA? Ile Africa Growth and Opportunity Act. Ile ya US.
Ilipewa jeki.
Okay.
Kuna wakati walikuwa na izimia, then they decided to give it a new breath of life.
Nakumbuka ilifanyika 2 months ago,
Yes, exactly.
Around Jan Feb there about.
Then we have the economic free zone that we've been talking about in Dongokundu. Is it operational? Are there entities that have already come there? There are many things that the experts can explain to us, so that when we can again breathe life into these figures. Because as of now, they're just figures.
They are just figures.
Yes.
So there you have it. There you have it. Good things as far as that is concerned. Alafu anasema, are Ruto CSs delivering? More scandals and performance questions. I would like to answer this question. Are Ruto's CSs delivering? Very few of them.
The article that has been written, do they pinpoint CSs who notoriously do not deliver?
Perhaps if we open page 3, watatuonyesha. But as far as front page is concerned, they've just asked the question though. They have not necessarily asked, is Mbadi, for example, for performing? Is CS Muga performing? They just put it out there.
When you make a statement of that nature, then it means that you are discussing performance, and in discussing performance, inadvertently, you are discussing non-performance.
So true story.
Tujue tu kuna watu wako tu pale waliajiriwa kazi na wako. Then kuna wale wako na wanafanya kazi.
Ndio.
Yes.
Alafu Standard newspaper pale mbele wanasema numbers don't lie. Tunaona picha ya Rais Ruto pale. Alafu hivi ndivyo wameipiga caption. President William Ruto's upbeat claims about the economy are now clashing with his own data. Kiangai.
Okay, how exactly?
The latest government survey lays bare a slowdown he has repeatedly downplayed, with economic growth slowing to 4.6%. Key sectors losing momentum and external shocks threatening the squeeze. Job creation is still falling short of Ruto's pledge to deliver 1 million jobs a year, while fuel-driven inflation is creeping up again, adding pressure on households already strained by high living costs. Now, the numbers puncture the narrative of resilience and expose an economy drifting off course, turning his central claim into a growing political liability ahead of 2027.
Kizungu mzuri sana. But let me ask a question.
Yes, ask.
Since President William Ruto became the president of Kenya, have the number of people who are employed in the informal or formal sector, or let me use Kenyanese, or otherwise, have those numbers gone down? Or have they increased? Because if they've increased, then you could argue that you are inching towards that 1 million
a year.
Yes. It may be really far off.
It's been 4 years. Well, 3.5.
Yeah. Okay. The million per year in my mind was aspirational.
Yes.
If you increase the number of people who can find gainful engagement, or that we refer to as employment. If they are in the 200,000 to 300,000 percentile numbers every year, it is good.
Ndio.
A million is ambitious.
Unajua kuna hii story ya makazi. Na hapa mara mingi tumesema tujiambie ukweli
Inasaidia.
Serikali haitawapatia makazi nyinyi nyote.
Sio kazi ya serikali kupatia watu kazi.
Ndio. Serikali itaenda kuambia Safaricom kwa mfano, ajiri wa Kenya milioni 1.
That's not what they do.
Haitaambia Airtel the same, haitaambia Telecom the same. Serikali however itasaidia Safaricom with a good business environment so that Safaricom waweze kuexpand, na Safaricom wakiexpand watu wanapatiwa makazi, au sio? Same with Shell, Rubis and every other kind of business. For example, mimi nimeona petrol stations zimefunguliwa kadha wa kadha.
Vingi.
Sasa hiyo ni kumaanisha kumekuwa na of course employment opportunities in those particular stations. All right, but that's just one example. Are we saying that perhaps other places are also, other sectors rather, are experiencing something similar, or that is just one example and it is the only example?
Growth can be explained. Growth can be pinpointed. If they could do this, we'd be whichever sector you want to speak of,
yes,
they simply need to explain how it is that this increase in gainful engagement has occurred.
So kwa mfano, Standard have put here sectors that registered slower growth. Agriculture slowed to 2.8% from 4.4%. Manufacturing eased to 2% from 3%. Transport and storage dipped to 3.7% from 4.3%. Yeah, that's a decrease of what? 0.6%. Then accommodation and food services fell sharply to 15.6% from 25.9%. That's huge. That's 9.5%. That's a huge decrease, man. ICT slowed from 4.8%, or rather slowed to 4.8% from 7.1%. Again, another problem there. Financial services and insurance eased from 7.5% to 6.5%.
What is also this data?
The same report that Mheshimiwa Mbadi gave yesterday.
Sasa hivyo, that report will probably give us the details that we are seeking. And they'll probably explain to us. Now, until and unless I've looked and read that report, once again, we have an expert who will be with us. We'll raise this question and perhaps they can explain to us how such data needs to be understood.
Unpacked. Yes. Hiyo kidogo, but those numbers are worrying.
Well, if they are true reflection on what is happening, then we have been informed. We then know what to do. How do you solve a problem that you haven't understood?
How do you solve a problem that you haven't understood?
So if we are understanding our problem, then it is a good thing.
Sawa, over to you, CT. Oh, can I check the Daily Nation? Ama ulikuwa na gani hapo?
Nilikuwa nataka kuangalia, umeangalia Star?
Sijaangalia Star.
Basi wewe angalia Daily Nation basi.
Acha niangalie Daily Nation haraka. Outlook, the country's annual economic scorecard shows mixed results, slow growth. That's what is on the Daily Nation. They've more or less highlighted some of the things here, but I like what they have done. They have done a comparison between three presidents for the first 3 years in office. So they have President Ruto, Uhuru and Kibaki. Kwa mfano, hapa kwa President Ruto wamesema GDP growth rate 5.7% the first year, 4.7% second year, 4.6% third year. Overall real average wage earnings per employee. Which employees are these ones earning 667,000? What are these?
Kitu ambao uelewe, wacha look at the other presidents.
Okay. Wanasema GDP growth
So
for President Uhuru 5.9% first year, 5.4% second year, 5.7% in his third year as president. Okay.
Twende Kibaki.
Mwai Kibaki, huyu ndio alifanya miujiza, my guy. GDP growth first year, that is 2003, President Kibaki hit 2.9%. In 2004, which was his second year, 5.1%. And he outdid everyone else in his third year with a 5.8% increase. So if you look at this wave, for President Ruto ilianzia 5.7%, ikaenda 4.7%, ikaenda 4.6%. Then Uhuru 5.9, 5.4, 5.7. Then Kibaki yake ilianzia chini kapanda juu mlima 2.9, 5.1, 5.8.
And what's the source of this, the data that they presented?
Sorry, come
Are
again?
they giving the source of that particular data?
This is the same data that Mbadi used yesterday.
Same data.
Same data.
Wanaongelea the same thing.
Yes.
Okay.
So wanasema economic productivity is at its lowest in President Ruto's third year in office compared to his predecessors, Uhuru Kenyatta and Mwai Kibaki. At the end of the third year, Kibaki had doubled the country's gross domestic product, but growth rates are declining under Ruto. Most new jobs were created in Ruto's first year in office, just like under Kibaki, while the jobs figures peaked in Uhuru's third year. On the cost of living and economic productivity as measured with real wage and GDP growth rate, Ruto and Uhuru trail Kibaki. There you have it. That is as far as the Daily Nation. Then they're saying exposed. Fertility farms plot to bribe senators over surrogacy bill. That story is on page 10. History of surrogacy.
How do they know they plan to bribe? Kuna mahali watu ambao wanataka ku bribe wana post intentions zao.
Wacha nikusomee kidogo. Agencies seeking to sway proposed regulation of Kenya's surrogacy industry face accusations of raising funds to bribe senators. The firms are reportedly keen to have the assisted reproductive technology bill amended to allow foreign couples access Kenyan surrogates, and the bill is passed by The bill, as passed by the National Assembly, restricts service to Kenyan citizens. Some agencies have been accused of overcharging families and underpaying surrogates. That's what is on page 10. And then page 12, Supreme Court Judge nominee, Court of Appeal Judge Mohamed Warsame has been nominated for appointment to the Supreme Court by the Judicial Service Commission. Congrats to him.
So he takes over the job of Ibrahim Mohammed.
Yes, the late.
The late. Okay.
Right. Over to you.
The Star newspaper. Interesting. In the headlines, we have economy creates 822,100 new jobs despite slowdown. More than 80% of new jobs created in informal sector, with critics questioning their viability as they are hard to tax. Well, that is, if they have increased and they are hard to tax, then the problem really is how do you get to tax them? Solutions abound. It's whether people are willing to implement them or not.
Yeah.
Ruto hits at Gachagua as Waiguru rallies Kirinyaga leaders to State House. Okay?
Huko ndiko nasikia walikula 5,000 kila mmoja wao.
Senate exposes systemic failures in handling clinical officers' grievances. Yeah, this is a problem that has been there for some time. And as the issues arise and they're brought to the surface, I trust that this is how we will find ways of looking at what it is that can be done and what in reality cannot be done.
Yes.
Matiang'i calls for United Nyanza as he quotes Raila's votes. Okay? MPs raise alarm over the unlicensed trainers in Tibet. Remember, this is one of the stories that was pointed with regards to Kenya Institute of Management. Remember?
Yes, I remember.
And they said, "Bwana, hakuna watu wanafundisha hapa lakini hatuna hakika." It is strange because it points to an oversight role.
All right.
Because once somebody is licensed or upon seeking renewal of licensure, one of the things that the body the oversighting body does is to determine, among other things, the qualification of the members of staff who are actually mandated to train and to teach students. Because if they are not certified, then it means whatever it is they're teaching cannot possibly be certified. Huwezi kuwa unafundishwa na mtu ambaye hatuna hakika amesoma nini, then tunasema kwamba umesomeshwa.
Okay.
Yes. Judge blames defective probes for acquittals in most criminal cases. This one is something I'm interested in. Who is being spoken of as the Justice Tuyot. He noted that judges also see the same mistakes being repeated. The chronic pattern of flawed investigations have been identified as a primary factor undermining the criminal justice system. Court of Appeal Judge Francis Tuyot said high-profile cases often collapse because of systemic weaknesses that begin long before the file reaches the desk of the magistrate or judge. The Judge Tuyot noted the judges often see the same mistakes being repeated. The court cannot fill the gaps left by the investigator. If the investigation is defective, the case must fall, because the burden of proof is always on the prosecution, Tuyot said. Yani kwa ufupi amesema shida iko hapa, na ukisikia kuna shida fulani ujue shida fulani iko hapo kwa sababu ya A, B, C and what?
D.
D lazima ufikie D. Okay. What else do we have in the Star? Well, we've mentioned this. The Gazette Mandera Airstrip Institute safety measures. Kulikuwa na shida ilitokea juzi.
Ndio.
So because of that one incident, somebody is saying that they should de-gazette Mandera Airstrip. How many times have planes gone off course at Wilson Airport? Have you heard anybody saying that it should be de-gazetted?
No. Is this the same Mandera Airstrip that the military took over? It's a different one?
Let me read it for you.
All right.
During the rains, the surface deteriorates into mud, degrading braking actions and increasing the probability of runway excursions. The runway excursions at Mandera Airstrip on April 24th, in which 36 passengers and 4 crew members narrowly escaped tragedy, should end any lingering ambiguity about the facility's fitness for civil aviation. That there were no fatalities is fortunate, but such an incident occurred. That such an incident occurred is at all not acceptable. For Kenya Airports Authority, the Kenya Civil Aviation Authority, the policy response must be immediate and unequivocal, de-gazette the airstrip for scheduled commercial operations, and initiate a full spectrum compliance audit of the operators servicing the route. The facts are not new. The current airstrip is an unmarramed surface embedded within a military camp, hemmed by residential and commercial structures. This configuration contravenes basic aerodrome designs, safeguarding principles, runway strips, grading, obstacle limitation services, runway and safety areas, and controlled land use zoning are either deficient or absent. During rains, the surface deteriorates into mud, degrading braking action and increasing the probability of runway excursions. Friday's incident is therefore not an anomaly. It is a predictable outcome of operating jet lag schedules on infrastructure that fails minimum certification thresholds.
Nilikwambia hiyo kitu, naangalia map ya Mandera Airport right now
Airstrip.
Ndio hiyo sasa, but hapa kwa map inaitwa Mandera Airport. Ukisearch Mandera Airstrip utaipata.
Go ahead.
I'm looking at this map of this Mandera Airstrip. The place looks fairly okay. From the look of things, but now that you've mentioned it is umesema maram.
Let me read it. A runway that cannot guarantee all-weather operationability. They're not saying tarmac. All-weather operationability, adequate friction coefficients, and protected approach depart paths should not host routine passenger services. The principle is straightforward. Where mitigation cannot reliably reduce risk to an unacceptable level, operations must cease.
Lakini city hii kitu mbona tu asiweke lami? Mbona tu isiweke lami?
I don't know.
I'm looking at it. I've switched now to the satellite view. Bwana, this thing is ni kokoto. Hata si kokoto. Ndio hiki barabara tu ya kawaida.
Ndio maram.
Ndio hiyo. Ni maram.
No, an airstrip can be that, but all weather means that even when it rains, the surface does not deteriorate.
Yeah.
Because maram ambayo imewekwa adequately compacted. Hata kinyesha kuna shida. That's called an all weather road.
Lakini city kitu mbona isiwekwe tu nini? Mbona isiwekwe tu lami? Mbona isiwekwe bitumen?
Mimi sielewi. Na wala sijui.
Bwana, we are in 2026. In 2026, this shouldn't be like this at the very least anyway. And you know Mandera is a very important location because of
there are authorities in this space whose job it is to ensure that the safety measures that are inherent in an airstrip or a surface that accepts inward flights and outward flights meets the minimum requirements. If it doesn't meet, bwana, hao watu wajibu hiyo swali.
Ile nyama inatokanga hapa bana, si ni mingi sana.
Bro, hao watu wajibu hiyo swali. Because ziko nyingi hizi airstrips. Kenya hii ziko nyingi and many are tarmacked.
Hata ya kitu ile kwa tarmac at least venye president alienda huko, was it Jamhuri Day? Alienda huko akatwekea tarmac. So at least you can land usikie umeland kwa lami. Au utaland alafu usikie.
Hiyo pia ina raha yake.
Hapana, hiyo kitu bwana inanga raha. But nonetheless, hii kitu wanafaa uiweke lami tafadhali bwana. Hii kweli kuweka hii kitu lami ni how much? Sinasikianga ina costing pesa kidogo sana. It's about what?
Hao watu ambao walikuambia ina cost kwenda uliza hao waweke lami huko.
Waweke lami. Waache kutumia watu wa Mandera vibaya. All right, so we're taking a short break. When we return, of course, we shall be telling you what conversation is taking place at exactly 7 o'clock. And of course, ndawapatia masalamu wenye umeshatuma salamu zao. Msiende mbali, tuaje sasa hivi.
Radio generation, the sound is fine. Pump it up, turn it high all the time. Let the music move you, let's sway. Radio G's got your jam all day.
Radio Generation, the home of urban soul. This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga. Transport was disrupted along the Mwenge-Garissa road after residents blocked the highway in Mwenge town to protest the killing of 8 people. The attacks are linked to suspected camel herders, raising tensions between communities and fears of retaliation. Police tried to reopen the road, but this led to running battles with protesters, leaving parts of the town in chaos for hours.
Naomba serikali afanye angalie kazi, tujue vile itakuwa county government ingia katikati. Serikali la Malindi, amani ni mbaya, watu watoki nyumba, wakaa kwa nyumba, biashara tumefunga. Tunaomba serikali ingie katikati.
Sisi kama wamama tuko na uchungu sana. Serikali tunaomba kama mnaweza kutusaidia, tusaidie.
You're being urged to prepare for continued rainfall during the Labor Day celebrations and the long weekend. The Kenya Meteorological Department says heavy rain is expected in several regions, including the Rift Valley, coast and northeastern parts of the country. Some areas could see intense downpours, raising the risk of flash floods, landslides and rising river levels. Leaders from Samburu County are warning that plans to review its hardship status could disrupt education. In a statement by Samburu West MP, the MP said lowering the classification could lead to teachers leaving, strained schools and weaker support for vulnerable areas. They've urged bodies like the Salaries and Remuneration Commission and the Public Service Commission of Kenya to handle the issue carefully and base any decision on the realities on the ground.
Samburu is not seeking sympathy or special favor. It is demanding fairness, equity, and adherence to the Constitution. Any attempt to downgrade its hardship status will not only disadvantage teachers and other public servants, but will directly harm the educational future and service delivery of an already marginalized population. We will not stand by as policy decisions erode constitutional protections and deepen inequality. We remain committed to defending the rights of our people and those of other Kenyans, and will pursue all lawful and constitutional avenues to ensure justice is upheld.
Kenya Railways is urging passengers using the Madaraka Express to arrive at stations at least 1 hour before departure. The advisory comes as heavy rains and traffic congestions continue to disrupt movement, affecting access to stations. Passengers are advised to plan ahead to allow enough time for ticketing, security checks, and boarding. Former FBI Director James Comey has surrendered to authorities over charges linked to a social media post. Prosecutors say it threatened U.S. President Donald Trump. The case centers on a 2025 Instagram post showing Seychelles arranged to read 8647. Prosecutors claim the face suggests harm against the president, while Comey is facing charges over the post. Meanwhile, President Donald Trump condemned Comey over the case.
They know 86, you know what 86, it's a mob term for kill him, you know? You ever see the movies? 86 him. The mobster says to one of his wonderful associates, 86 him, that means kill him. It's, I think of it as a mob term. I don't know. People think of it as something having to do with disappearing, but the mob uses that term to say when they want to kill somebody, they say 86, the son of a gun. I'm trying to keep the language nice and clear. They don't use that term, son of a gun. They use another term. But that's a mob term for kill 'em. Yeah.
And that's the truth on Radio Generation. Good morning. I'm Winnie Maganga.
The views and opinions expressed on this program are those of the guests and do not necessarily reflect the views of Radio Generation. Radio Generation assumes no responsibility or liability for the interviewee's views. This is Radio Generation. In the beginning, there was morning radio. But now there is Radio Generation's The People's Breakfast, curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The People's Breakfast, your morning, your voice, your journey. Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights, Radio Generation.
Good morning and welcome back. 6 minutes past 7 o'clock. How are you doing? Salam zimfikie MC Tonje saying that he's tuned in all the way from Muhoroni. And we also do have Don Sawa. How are you doing? Saying City, good morning. Paul Mambo. City, can a standing order override or nullify an impeachment process by imposing a timeline tethering the constitution? Yeah.
Nimesema asante sana kwa hiyo swali.
Yeah, tutakupatia ukafanya homework eh. Haya, Oseno Mark amesema good morning IG. I'm happy to be alive today and still celebrating Sewe's win. I'm wishing everyone a wonderful Thursday. Yes, Sewe is back in the country after breaking a record. Sawe, yes. Alex Gioko amesema good morning City Muga and Paul Mbuvi. Kitale is tuned in, mvua kama yote. Morris Andati anasema good morning. Louise Rudasingwa, good morning. Chengpin, when the establishment sees that it can't retain the presidency, it is not uncommon to create chaos for the express purpose to either create an excuse for rigging in the name of voter apathy. Chengpin. Anasema, or to create an environment to introduce military rule or anything that keeps the status quo in the name of emergency. Morris Andati amesema ameshangaa pia yeye 1400 shillings per week ama hata mimi Morris nashangaa tu kama wewe. Douglas Kibogong amesema Mbuvi opposition are complaining or the principals of the schools. Well, I think it's just everyone is complaining, asking questions to understand how this 95 shillings is being divided. Alando anasema good morning guys. The path being taken by the one-term movement that someone must go come what may and the chest stamping is by Term 2 Brigade of we are in government to stay is extremely dangerous. Sawa. And then, yes, that's the last one I'll read for now. Let me introduce our guests. We do have an economist. We want to discuss the state of the economy and how Kenyans can empower themselves. Professor XN Iraki. Good morning to you, Professor. How are you doing?
Good morning, how are you?
Karibu sana to Radio Generation.
You are the only Kenyan who is not feeling cold.
Because I'm not wearing a jacket or...
Yes, it's good to be young.
Actually, I never wear anything.
And I hope you remain forever young.
Huwa asivai jacket hata kukinyesha, hata baridi ikiingia, huwa asivai jacket. Huwa navumilia.
Don't worry, your time will come.
A time is coming, eh?
Yes, it will.
Sawa.
Yes.
Let me wait for my time then. Professor, before we get down into our conversation, Siti will share with you a proverb and perhaps you'll let us know your thoughts on it. So, Siti, over to you.
Yes, our proverbs for the whole of this week come from the Republic of Burkina Faso. Burkina Faso.
The land of Thomas Sankara.
Yes, and the land of honest men.
Very good.
Okay. And the land of Traore.
North of Ghana.
Yeah, bas. Our proverb is a simple, straightforward one, not difficult to understand. Those who seek revenge must remember to dig 2 graves.
Oh, that's quite straightforward. Because revenge never ends well. So if you revenge, chances of counter revenge are very high. So as you bury somebody else, you could be buried even earlier. So don't seek revenge, go for forgiveness.
That's a good one.
Sinikweli?
That's a good one. Thank you.
And by the way, our African communities, forgiveness was very much emphasized. Revenge was never central to the African societies.
It was. No, our cultures did not actually center what we call restitution on revenge.
So that proverb can be brought from Burkina Faso to Uganda to Kenya to anywhere. Just change the language to be applicable.
Yeah. And like we even said earlier on, see there's a methali ya wahenga Waswahili walisema kitu kama hicho, mchimba kisima ufanya nini, huingia mwenyewe.
Sindio?
Yeah, ni kweli. Alright, Prof.
Inaonekana hiyo lugha unaielewa.
Ninaielewa na itambua. Nilikuwa naandika insha za nguvu sana. Ungeona nikiandika pale methali, ungeshangaa sana.
I bypassed that.
Prof, yesterday CS Mbadi gave us a report, and he made it, he delivered it, and some of the things that he said in there, for example, the growth as far as the informal sector is concerned in terms of employment, alisema mambo mengi matamu. Sijui kama uliweza if you saw that particular report or you had his speech and what you make of it.
I've checked the 2026 economic survey report. And I don't know why they are calling it 2026, because about 2025 is only published in 2026. I think one thing that caught my attention was that the growth rate has not gone up significantly as I would have expected. It has gone down from 4.7 to 4.6. But if you look at the expectations we got from Kenya Kwanza government, we would have expected something higher than that. The other thing that surprised me is the number of jobs that were created, over 800,000. Maybe that is the government statistics, but when I talk to people on the streets, my relatives, my neighbors, those who are my students who have graduated, that number does not seem to reflect the reality, unless you are referring to informal sector jobs, which might have gone up because the formal jobs were nowhere to be seen. So if you can't get a job in the formal employment, or in the government, or in the private sector, these big organizations, you go to the informal sector. And maybe that's where the jobs are coming from.
Right.
The big question is whether they are quality jobs, or jobs that I'm so proud of that if I stop you on the streets of Nairobi, you can give me a business card. Because that's the dream of everybody. So I may not dispute the numbers. The question is where those jobs are.
Yeah. He actually did mention that the biggest growth, about 80% was in that informal sector.
Not surprising, because 80% of the Kenyan economy is informal, so that's where we expect the jobs to be. It's not quite surprising.
Yeah.
What surprised me is the numbers. That's quite a high number. And maybe we would have wanted to hear from the people in the formal sector whether that can be corroborated from their experience. Because as an economist nowadays, despite reading all the books and textbooks, I still believe in reality. I believe in what taxi people tell me when I take an Uber or the normal tax.
Right.
I believe what Mama Boga tells me. And whatever I see when I'm walking around with the billboards, it gives a lot of information, not just from what we hear from government officials or economic experts.
He compared President Uhuru's time, he compared President Kibaki's time, and he, not he, but the Daily Nation, compared President Uhuru's time, they compared President Kibaki's time, and they seem to say that the Ruto regime is performing, is subpar as far as those two are concerned.
I may not dispute the statistics, but I think the best way to find out whether they are at par or not is to talk to the Kenyans. Because in economics, the sentiments, the feelings matter even more than statistics. If you remember during Kibaki era, when the economy was doing very well, that's also when we had post-election violence. Because the economy might have been doing well, but people might not have been feeling it. So maybe they are at par, but is a common mwananchi on the streets feeling that good economic growth. And that should probably be what we can compare the sentiment during Kibaki era, the sentiment during Uhuru era, and the sentiment during Ruto era.
NCT was actually asking a question in the previous hour, and he said, fine, we are talking about all these percentages, 4%, 5%, whatever percent, but have jobs decreased since President Ruto took power, or have they increased, even if they've increased by 1% or even 0.1%? I think the pertinent question again, and I agree with him, is whether jobs have gone down, because if they remain the same, I mean, we might say that we expected growth, but at least nothing has been lost.
Maybe even before we go to jobs, we can ask a more pertinent question. Whether the economy is growing at 4.6% or 5%, the question is, what was the target? Because if I'm examining students and I tell them that the pass mark is 50%, and you get 45%,
You have failed.
you have passed 45 out of 50.
Okay.
But if I tell you that it is 50 and the pass mark is 25%, and you get 25%, you have passed.
Okay.
So what is the benchmark for economic growth in Kenya? Kibaki gave us Vision 2030. And since then, the benchmark has been 10%. So we should not be comparing Kibaki, Uhuru, and Ruto. We should be asking, why have we not reached the magical 10% growth rate? Because that's what will make a difference to the private sector, to the public sector, to the informal sector, to Mama Boga, to me, and to everybody in this country. Four is not good enough. 4 point something is not good enough. We
Right.
expect higher growth rate. And if the economy grows at that percent, a lot of jobs, more than 800,000, will be created. Not just in the formal sector,
Yes.
in the formal and informal sector.
10%? Why specifically 10%? Why not 25 or 15? Why 10?
I think they were being realistic. Kibaki and his economies were being realistic. That for you to get to beyond 10%, you need a lot of resources. And they were cognizant of the fact that under the current circumstances,
Right.
you could not go beyond there. Because even the countries that grew very fast, like China, maybe the highest they got was about 15%. So they were probably benchmarking with the fastest growing economy in the world in maybe the last 20, 30 years. So if we can reach that magical growth rate,
Yes.
I think all of us would be smiling. There'll be more jobs. Kenyans would be happier.
You know, one thing we're always told, especially at rallies, those ones conducted by the government, is that food prices have gone down, and for them that's a measure of success. I don't know what you think about it.
Again, I would ask the same question. Food prices have gone down,
Okay.
but from what? I go to the supermarkets or to the shopping malls around Christmas,
Right.
and I always see this big signboard, prices down by 60%. But I don't know what was the previous price. So if I knew the previous price, I would be very happy to smile and say, yeah, I got a discount of 60%. So food prices have gone down, but who takes the credit? I don't think it's the government. It is nature or God, whatever you believe in. The rains have done very well.
Okay.
And because the rains have done very well, the price of food has stabilized.
They will talk about fertilizer. They will talk about seedlings, and they'll talk about subsidies on various products as far as farming is concerned, and they'll attribute that success to those particular measures that the government specifically took.
Are they also attributing that to food imports?
Okay.
Because a lot of food has been imported. You know, I grew up in a farm. Something I'm very proud of.
Okay.
So when people talk about farming, I don't talk about farming from emotions. It is from reality. What are some of the key ingredients when you talk about farming? One, the size of the land. You need land to farm. You need fertilizer. You need labor. You need technology. You need all the other ingredients. But I think there's a lot of emphasis on fertilizer. Yet, labor and the size of the land are other big factors. So I think the price of food has gone down, but as far as I'm concerned, the biggest contributor is the rain.
Okay.
And the other factors.
All right.
The amount of land the land size has gone down. Few people want to be farmers. In fact, I've always said I've never met in Kenya who told me my dream is to be a farmer. Even if you meet somebody who owns 1,000 acres, he will still tell you he's jobless.
Yeah.
So I think the food has stabilized, not because of so much the policies, maybe they have contributed, but I think rain is the biggest factor.
Prof, there's something that I'd like you to explain to our listeners. When people talk of economic growth, what do they mean?
They simply mean that the economy has expanded from one year to the other.
Which means the activities within the economy have increased.
There are more economic activities.
Yes.
So let's say this year you had 10 activities, economic activities, and next year you have 15. So if there are more economic activities from one year to the other, the economy is growing. And if there are more economic activities, it means that there are more jobs. It means there's more money, and people are likely to be much happier when the economy is growing. So economic growth is not a very complex issue.
It is not.
It's not. It simply means that people are doing more, they are producing more goods, they are producing more services.
Which means that it is something that can be measured, it is something that can be seen, it's something that can be felt.
Yes, and the key word is not even seeing, it is feeling.
Yes. So if somebody talks of economic growth and you don't feel it, then where exactly does it exist?
That is politicians' greatest nightmare, that there can be growth, but people don't feel it. And that is why politicians talk about it all the time, because they have to remind us that we should be feeling it. Because when people are not feeling it, you have to remind them.
You see, every time a layman like myself comes across figures of the number of Kenyans who are at the threshold of hunger,
Yeah.
who really don't know where their next meal is coming from, excuse me, and the number is in the millions, and at the same time you are spoken to about economic growth, then you ask, but if indeed that was true, then these numbers should be going down.
But you have to remember something else. When the economy grows, not everybody experiences economic growth. It can also show that there is inequality. So some people are benefiting, but others are not. For example, if there's a lot of corruption, if the policies favor some people over the others, if the economic growth is driven by big projects like roads and highways, then it means that some people will be benefiting, but not the majority of the people. So when there's growth and people are not feeling it, it's usually an indicator that there's inequality in that country.
So growth essentially is an aggregate.
Yes, it's an aggregate.
Yes.
You look at what activities are there
Yes.
in the whole economy.
Yes.
But we also need to ask who is benefiting from that.
Mm.
Because when we are complaining the economy is not doing very well, you can see the skyscrapers that are coming up in Nairobi.
That is precisely it. And you ask, so when you say it is not doing well, what do you mean?
Yeah, so people want to know what is wrong with you.
Actually, I remember one argument by I was watching some foreign conversation about Kenya, and they were saying that we hear that Kenya is a poor country, but when you go there, you are seeing all these skyscrapers, like Professor is saying. You also see people driving very expensive cars, cars that cost upwards of 50 million, and there are very many on the roads of Nairobi. Then you're seeing all these estates, and you're told that Kenya is where, and you wonder how, when, why, and where.
This simply means the economy is growing, but it's also growing inequality.
Yeah.
So some people are benefiting and others are benefiting. And that has been the essence of the government throughout the world, that the government is supposed to be, if you leave the market to reduce inequality, it will never.
Okay.
Because some people are endowed. Maybe your great grandfather was rich, so you keep on getting rich. That's why somebody was ingenious and came up with the concept of taxation, which is progressive. So the more money you make, the more tax you pay. And that money is supposed to help people who are on the lower echelons of the society to come up. And that's why corruption is so dangerous to the society, because if people are taxed because they are making more money, but that money does not uplift those who are at the lower echelons of the society, it becomes the gap between the rich and the poor becomes bigger, and that creates instability.
I have a few questions on bottom up, but before we get to that, one of our viewers has actually said, this is Douglas is saying movie construction sector has increased. We're seeing all this affordable housing that also has been hailed to have introduced jobs and also contributed to the economy. Then of course infrastructure, the roads that are being constructed, and then you mentioned these skyscrapers that we're seeing coming up the estates, especially in Kilimani and Kileleshwa. Is that an indicator that the construction industry is actually growing?
I think the question is, it is growing, no question about it. But have you traveled to other counties and see whether the same is happening? Because Nairobi is not the measure of Kenya's economy. It's a very special place. Why? Foreigners bring money to Nairobi. People in the counties, when they make money, they bring it here. That's why we have Naivasha, Nairobi, Nakumatt, Nakuru. When people make money elsewhere, they bring it to Nairobi. So Nairobi has so much money that we cannot use it as a benchmark of how the Kenyan economy is behaving.
Yes.
Remember also that the best people in this country, all your classmates in high school and primary school, who are the best brains, where did they end up coming?
Okay.
So Nairobi has a lot of benefits, brains, money, and everything. So you cannot use it as a benchmark. So you want to know how the Kenyan economy is doing, go to other counties and see what is happening.
Okay.
See whether people have enough food, they can pay their school fees, they have enough to eat, and whether they can take care of the basics. But you cannot use Nairobi as a benchmark.
Okay.
For a very simple reason, a lot of money comes here.
All right.
In fact, statistically, Nairobi has about 70% of the Kenyan population, but contributes about 25% of the Kenya's GDP.
7%, you said?
It's about 7%
okay.
of the Kenya's population. About 4 out of 53 gives you what percent? Simple mathematics.
Okay.
So you cannot use Nairobi as a benchmark.
On the bottom up transformation, economic transformation agenda, was it executed in the way the president sold it when he was a deputy president and campaigning? Is from an economic perspective, is the execution how it is supposed to be executed, or it was just a conversation that people had and they have absolutely no idea how to do it?
So there are two terms that become very common nowadays.
Yes.
They have become less common. Trickle down, not trickle down, but bottom up and hustler.
Yes.
We have slowly forgotten those two words. maybe the economic reality has sunk. But when the way bottom-up economics was sold, and even the sellers were struggling to sell it,
Yeah.
because it was seen as it was an admission that a lot of Kenyans are the lower echelon of the economy. They are poor, they are hustlers. And it was sold that we are going to transform them, or we are going to make them transform their economic life so that they can also go up, become middle class. The middle class can also become upper class. But for you to transform those people at the bottom, what do they need? They need capital to start businesses. They need education. They need skills. So it's not something that is going to happen overnight. It will take time. So the question is, are we seeing that? And the one way to find out whether the bottom-up economic transformation is taking place is to look at unemployment level. Have we created more jobs for them? So if we have created more jobs for them, and if they are saying now my life has improved, so I have a better house, I have a better job, my meals have improved, I can afford fees for my kids.
My business has expanded.
Yes, and something very important, I can save something. Because to me, the best indicator of whether economy is doing well is to ask people whether they can save.
That means they have excesses.
Yes, they have something excess.
Yeah.
They're not saving, the problem. So I think the bottom-up economic transformation model was a process, not an end.
I think it was yesterday, City, we read in the People Daily that people are not saving. If anything, they are in more debt than they were before because they are borrowing more to make ends meet.
And you don't need to go very far. When I take a taxi, one of the things that a taxi man always tells me is usinitumia na M-Pesa. Nimefuriza. All the guy who has given you a ride is called James, but the money goes to Jane. Because Jane is somebody who corrects money on his behalf to avoid freezer. And I think people are borrowing a lot. If you look at, when I look at things like WhatsApp, I find out of people having harambes, borrowing money, and I'm sure both of you are owed money by somebody. So I think that, again,
a lot.
Bottom-up transformation model
is
a process. The other question was about what? You talked about, you asked about
the execution. The execution was, and I think you also answered it in a way because you said the way the people were trying to explain in the initial stages, it's like they also did not understand, or they struggled at the very least.
And the reason why they struggled is we are used to trickle down economics, where people who have money are encouraged to make more money. So if Kenya Breweries expands, if Safaricom expands, then they make more money. That money trickles down to the rest of the people because they have to tax, they have to expand, they have to have more agents and so on. So they were saying instead of now going down, we can now start from the bottom. It's a good idea, but how do you start has always been the problem. If you pick somebody like me who has never run business, and I might be poor and tell me to start a business, how do I start? I don't have the skills, I don't have
the technical know-how.
Yeah. So even if you give me the money, I might not be very successful. That's why we were always encouraging that trickle-down effect.
Yes.
You get the people who have the money, the people who have the business, the people who have the skills. We encourage them to expand the businesses so that these other people are brought up. But the economic transformation model, so-called bottom-up, we are yet to see the fruition. But it was a bold experiment.
It was a bold experiment, and it was an exceedingly well-executed campaign tool.
Oh, definitely, no question about that.
Because it touched on something people could relate to.
Yeah.
But something that always puzzles me, and I draw from my background as a child, our rural areas, which is where the majority of our population live,
70%.
Yes, were always, in very many instances, food secure. People could feed themselves. And apart from feeding themselves, whatever surplus they had could actually help educate their children. The government would come in, maybe the cost of living in those days was not high, but we seem to have regressed. People who live in towns like Nairobi could even be fed by the rural areas. Food could be transported from the rural areas to feed you in Nairobi. We seem to have regressed, and the reverse is now true. And yet we live in a time when we have more knowledge, and we keep talking about food security as though it's something that is aspirational and difficult to attain, and yet there's a time we had actually attained it. How does one explain such a situation?
Let me make it even more interesting.
Yes.
I don't know where all of you grew up, but if you went to every home in the countryside,
yes,
there was a small structure called a granary.
Yes, there was.
Today, I want to go to the countries. I don't know where is your home. How many granaries have you seen in your country, in where you come from?
Well, my grandmother still has her granaries running.
What about the modern buildings? Or the modern, when people, by the way, nowadays come up with buildings, do they even remember granary? You go to the supermarket. And that's a very good indicator that we are becoming less food secure. We don't even have food to store. And there are two factors why that has happened. One is we have become modern. So we don't think storing food is cool. So we believe we should go to the supermarket. And number two, the population has grown.
It has.
So because the population has grown, there's even no food to store. You just get food and eat it.
Eat and wait for tomorrow.
Let me give you an even more interesting example. When I was growing up in the countryside, I don't remember seeing a truck full of green maize.
No.
Maize was always harvested, dried, and then packaged.
Yes.
Now you see trucks full of green maize. Why? Because people don't even want to wait for the maize to dry because they need that money.
They want to go.
So I think we have become less food secure, and that's where the government comes in. But the government is also hampered by the fact that land has also been subdivided. So we cannot be used we cannot, like I was asking the other day you cannot believe this, the other day I went to Laikipia with some young kids. And before we got to the city of Nyahururu town, there was two combine harvesters. And the kids were asking me, what is that?
They were on the road.
Yes.
Which means they were going to some destination.
Yes, but they have never seen a combine harvester.
They've never seen it.
Yes.
And they don't know what.
If I ask children in my village, which I'm not going to disclose for security reasons, whether they have ever seen a tractor or it at work, they'll tell you no. Because what happens after independence, we subdivided all the land. So everybody has a small piece of land. So you can use a hoe, you can not use a machine.
You can use labor.
We cannot benefit from the economies of scale. And very important, we have not focused a lot on agriculture in terms of availing credit, in terms of making sure that young men work in agriculture. People don't see agriculture as cool. So somebody said the other day the average age of a farmer is 63 years. Young people don't want to be farmers, yet food security is so important. And that's why the government should come and make farming cool by giving us subsidies, by making sure that we have minimum amount of land, that the amount that you can subdivide land. I don't know why we keep on subdividing land smaller and smaller. It becomes uneconomical. So the government comes in because if we are left by ourselves, we shall do what we want. I remember when James Orengo was the Minister of Land, he tried to bring such a law in Parliament that we should come up with the minimum size acreage you should subdivide land. Of course, it was very much resisted because speculators want to make their money. Porots on sale.
Developers, as we like to call them.
You know, the reason why this thing puzzles me is for a simple reason. One, when one looks at one's childhood and one remembers, as you say, the homestead that I come from, we actually had 3 granaries.
You see?
And there was a reason why there was 3. And if I remember correctly, the only thing that would be bought from the so-called shops, this mega supermarket did not exist. Even cooking oil was not bought. You had sugar, salt. Vegetables, there was a vegetable patch where you went to get vegetables every day. Ugali, you went to the granary, got the dried maize, and there was a grinder. So you could actually see the process of how people were being fed. Now, why this is important as far as I'm concerned is this: when you have a growing population like the one we have, and you can see the trajectory, it becomes absolutely mandatory for that growing population to understand why food security is key. Because when people are guaranteed that they can have a meal a day, your thinking process changes. But if the entirety of your energy is spent on trying to ensure that you have that one meal a day, you will not do very much else.
Let me give you 2 examples. I'm liking this debate about food. I've talked to a lot of elderly men and women who worked for the colonialists, Muzungu. And one thing that the Muzungu made, if you are working in his plantation, is that you always get good food. And it doesn't matter whether you have his debt or not, you got food. And that ensured that he got full productivity from you. Because if you have been given food, you'll be very productive. The second example that will surprise you is last year I visited Google headquarters.
All right.
I'm not showing off, I'm just sharing my information.
Which is good.
And one of the things that surprised me is I was hosted by a Kenyan who is working on Gemini. You know this?
The AI, yes.
And when we went for lunch, we did not pay. And we did not pay.
Okay.
Because in Google, you can take all the food you want. You can work for Google and never pay for food. Food is free. So it's no wonder those guys can come up with AI and all the products you find from Google because their basics have been satisfied.
Okay.
So I totally agree with you. If we don't satisfy the basics, people who are hungry are not going to come with the next generation of Google or Meta or Facebook. They will not.
True.
So that's why food security is so important. Not just because it is tied to the national security, but it's also tied to economic growth. Because once kama tumeshimba, now we can think about to be creative, to come up with movies, to come up with innovations. But if we are thinking about food, we shall never come up
If you're thinking about tomorrow's meal, my friend, that's the only thing you'll think about.
That's true.
And your brain is preoccupied with where will tomorrow's lunch come from?
It is. You see, the in a rural setting, it was well understood. If your harvest didn't work out, there was a balancing act. Your neighbor could very easily give you what it is that you needed, with the understanding that it will be returned at some point or the other. And even if it wasn't, a time will come when you can go to them
and people are honest, they would return.
Yeah, they would.
Nowadays, somebody will borrow you money but never pay back.
You remember. Why for me this is important is I look at some of the influences that have moved from the urban areas to the rural areas. One is the modernization of transport through the motorbike. Okay? The transportation economy in the rural areas has been transformed by this motorbike. Okay? But because of the communication age, people have information that is available to them, you will find that the thinking of these individuals, because the motorbike industry is people by young people, okay? These people are the ones who would have been the energy that work on the farm. But they are now on their motorbikes. So all the negative traits that you find in that industry in the urban areas is also in the rural areas. So essentially, you look at the rural areas, what you're seeing is the economy of the rural areas. Some of us knew it dying. You actually see it's dying. And the problem with the economy that is dying, the people will also be dying.
You're bringing out a very interesting argument, because when I go to the countryside and I want somebody who can work on my small farm, it's so difficult to get someone, even if you are paying the person. So if you go to some parts of central Kenya, for example, you find people from Uganda working on those farms, picking tea.
Huh?
Yes. You find foreigners working on tea farms and so on in this country, because people don't want to work. And there are young people there, but they don't believe farming is for them, it is beneath them. And then the problem is they don't want to work, but there's no technology. And you remember the other day, we started introducing machines for picking tea.
Yes.
Because they have become very expensive to pick tea. Because labor is in short supply, because people don't want to work on the farm. So how would you do? Introduce machines. But what is going to happen to those people?
If you look at the farming areas which are within the close environs of Nairobi, say Kiambu County, a very large number of people who actually work on those farms are not natives of that particular county.
Yes.
They're Kenyans. Some are not from Kenya, but they're Kenyans. You will find people from Western Kenya, from Luo Nyanza, from Kisii. You'll find people who are not natives of that particular place working. And they are young people in those counties. So you ask, what do they do?
Professor, is this because... Why is it so difficult for Kenya Kwanza to deliver, as opposed to like they've been compared to other governments? Is it because lack of expertise, or is it because this was going to happen anyway, even if we had voted whichever government?
I think one of the diagnoses of Kenya Kwanza is that somebody said, I don't remember who it was, that great expectations make a frustrated man. So I think Kenya Kwanza over-promised. In my opinion, when I look at their campaign promises, I think they overpromised. So delivery has become very hard.
All right.
Number two is that they have also been unlucky, because once they came to power, we had Ukraine war that had an effect on the price of wheat, price of food and oil.
Even fuel,
And fuel. Then recently we had Iran then that had an effect not just on the price of oil, but also on our market for vegetables, flowers, and so on. But I think number 3, which is more fundamental, is that somewhere along the way they lost goodwill from the ordinary Kenyans. And that's why in 2024 we had people protesting. And it's unfortunate that protest was violent and some people died, but I think the government did not make enough reforms out of that.
They didn't take enough lessons from
Yes, they didn't take enough lessons because I don't think Kenyans are bad people. An ordinary Kenyan is a very good person. So when you see people protesting, there was a message that they were passing, that maybe reforms have not been good enough. We are suffering. So the government was supposed to take that and create tangible reforms in all the sectors so that the economy can grow. And that's why when I see a growth rate of 4.6%, which was worse than 2023, I get concerned. Because from what happened in 2024, from what I hear on the streets, people expect a higher economic growth rate. So if there's no goodwill, people vote with their feet.
Okay.
So one of the biggest economic drivers is not surprising, it might not even be rain of lower fuel prices, is the goodwill.
Okay.
When Kibaki came to power, he never did anything magical, by the way. He just made us feel good. So we worked an extra hour, we did extra things, and the economy grew. So if you feel you are confident about tomorrow, you can now go and start investing because you believe tomorrow will be better than today.
Because you're assured.
Yes. If you believe tomorrow is better than today, you can even borrow money to consume today because tomorrow you get something
After
else.
all, I'll pay.
Yes.
Yeah.
But you see, if tomorrow is not that confident, people will not be very economically active.
Yeah.
Back to the growth rate you talked about. So people who hold money, they will not use money. And when people don't use money, they don't consume, they don't invest, the economy slows down. And that's probably why the economy is not growing fast enough. So the government needs to bring back that confidence we have in tomorrow.
Okay.
So that we believe tomorrow will be better than today. Those sentiments are very important.
You know, as you were talking, I was just, thinking of how a gentleman courts a lady. So you make all these promises and you tell her you'll marry her. You tell her that you will, take her to Diani and construct huge homes for her parents and so on and so forth. But when you eventually marry her, you do none of that. But you're not a bad person. You don't beat her. You still feed her. You're a very caring husband at the end of the day. But the things that you promised, you have not done. As opposed to someone who promises those things and not only does them, but anamtandika, anamwanga meno kila siku, sleeps with other women and so on and so forth. So if I compare those two, which one do you think the government has done to us? The first or the latter?
Now, the first one is you promised.
Yes, but I didn't deliver, but I'm not a bad person. At least tuna survive. Tunakula, hakuna siku umelala njaa.
I think I will not use any of your examples. I would say when you are quoting, be realistic.
Okay.
If you can take me to Ongata Rongai, tell me I will take you there.
Okay.
So that if by any chance things change and you take him into Diani, I will be very happy. So I think people need to be truthful. But you see, during campaign period, it's very hard to be truthful. But as we have seen in the last 3 years, the economic reality eventually emerges. So as we go towards 2027, I would like our political leaders to be truthful. And I get concerned because one of the things that I really enjoyed about 2022 political campaigns is that economics was always at the forefront. For the first time, I thought we have all now become homo economicus, talking about economics. But as soon as the victory was declared, people shifted away from economics to other issues. So let's tell the Kenyans the truth, because if we tell them the truth, they don't know how to deal with that. So if you are going to marry a girl, tell her the truth.
Yes.
So if, for example, you have a debt, tell her you have a debt. She don't know how to deal with that. But you don't tell her you own a coffee farm. Then she realizes you own nothing. You don't borrow your friend's car to go and impress her. Then she realizes you have no car. I know people who have rented houses to impress girls, and then they discover that this guy does not even have a home. He is homeless.
Yeah.
So the economic truth is hard, but let's share it out with the people.
There's something also that people kept on talking about, and especially in those first 2 years of this presidency, and it was on the issue of taxes. And I remember people saying that you cannot tax a nation to prosperity. Was there a plan in this whole issue of taxation, and was our taxation really that bad?
When I look at the economic survey, the most recent, I realized about 75% of the government revenues come from taxes. So I have always believed from the depth of my heart that President Ruto and his men believed in what they were saying.
Okay.
That we are going to wean ourselves off from debt and rely on tax. But I think what they did not realize that there wasn't as much tax as they expected. So I think they meant well, that if we raise more taxes, we can reduce the debt. But the reality was that tax was not there because the economy was not growing fast enough.
There was nothing to tax, basically.
There was nothing to tax because the economy was not growing fast enough. Remember that most of the people you are assured of taxing are people in the formal sector.
Okay.
It's very hard to tax people in the informal sector. So what has happened in the last 2-3 years, that people in the formal sector, including myself, have seen their salaries decrease.
Okay.
If you look at how much I pay for SHA and I pay for housing levy, you can calculate backwards. My salary has gone down by something like 25 to almost 30,000, maybe 20,000 because of that. Remember, when money is in ordinary, in our hands, is used more efficiently than when it is in government.
Okay.
Because the government has to decide, you have to go to parliament, you have to haggle, you have to decide. When you give me that money, I use it immediately. So it's more efficiently used. So I think their dream of taxes was good, but the reality was different.
Now,
and if you remember, they even said things will get worse before they become better. They kept on saying that. But that's not what we have seen. I think the other big mistake they made was they lost our goodwill because of corruption and waste. And I think that's what really annoyed Kenyans. Because Kenyans were saying, you cannot tell me you are going to tax me more, but you are wasting my tax. And I've said in this forum, I will say in this forum, and I will say in another forum, no Kenyans have said I don't want to pay taxes. Kenyans are very much willing to pay taxes, but they want to see where their tax goes. In fact, if one way to make Kenyans pay taxes is not even to harass them or to put them on that table that I saw in KRA, it is just show them where their money is going. Like, I'm always amused when we keep on saying that this road was built by Chinese, this SGR was built by Chinese. How come we don't see a lot of advertisement on roads and highways built by tax people? I'm yet to see somewhere where there's a big signboard, this highway was built by Kenya's taxpayers.
There's one, I think, on Mombasa Road. I usually see your fuel levy at work by Kenha.
Any other?
None.
That's what we want. So I want to go and see a school written here. This school was built by Kenyan taxpayers. I want to go and see an airport written. This airport was built by Kenyan taxpayers. Because the moment we see where our money is going, people are going to be motivated. There will be goodwill. I will work harder to pay more taxes because I want also to benefit from that. So I think taxes, in my opinion, is a great patriotic call. You remember, kulipa ushuru ni kujitegemea. Because if you're always borrowing money, you don't feel a very good man. So if Kenya can stop borrowing and we depend on our taxes, it would be a great idea.
Hiyo ya kujitegemea, it's President Kibaki who actually came up with that.
Yes.
Yeah, and it was a good thing.
But he put it into practice.
Because, yes.
But again, you see, Prof, what I like about the approach you're giving this thing is understanding the circumstances that have brought about our current lived reality. You see, we are talking about Ukraine war. You're talking about now the Iran-Israeli-US war.
Let's also not forget COVID.
That is exactly where I was going.
Yes.
Because the ramifications of COVID did not end with the Uhuru era.
That's true.
No, it carried on.
They're still with us,
Yes. Kibaki didn't have COVID to contend with. He didn't have the Ukraine war to contend with. He didn't have structural adjustments that were brought in during the Cold War era and so forth.
And you're also forgetting that before all those things, Kenya was always under the shadow of terrorism.
Yes. Yes, it was. Constantly something to our lived reality and the anticipation such a thing may happen. So we find ourselves here. And it isn't as though we do not see economic activity. Kibaki also did not have the second tier of government that we refer to as the devolved units. See, it's the dispensation it's the Uhuru government that had to live with the new constitution and everything that was in it. It was a completely new reality that nobody prior to Uhuru had ever experienced.
Yeah.
So now those realities, when they're brought to bear, the assumption was that with devolution, some of these issues that we keep talking of would be eased tremendously. They haven't. And the county authorities and the county governments are not put on the spotlight and held to account as much as the national government, and yet they are governments.
And you see, that is where the disconnect comes. That we brought all this second layer of government.
Yes.
And if you go to the counties, they have a civil service.
Yes, they do.
They have ministers.
They do.
So
they have a parliament.
Yes, they have a parliament. But we didn't expand the economy to take care of that. And I remember when we are going towards a new constitution, somebody said democracy is expensive. But nobody really told us how we are going to pay for that. So I think only 2 counties can pay for their services. The rest have to depend on the government.
Prof, what do you mean by we did not expand the economy to take care of that?
You see, when you come up with a new layer of government, it means you have new levels of people to be paid, new levels of workers. And nobody want to say clearly that this new level of workers sometimes don't have a lot of work to do. but they have to be paid. So we assume that money will come from somewhere to pay these people. As an economist, I will only create a job because I will see what you produce.
It is necessary.
It is necessary. But the government and the new constitution, it is not that necessary. It is because of political expediency. So we have a very big bureaucracy in the counties, 47 governments. But how many of those 47 governments are centers of economic productivity? And you are very right. The national government has not put its foot down and told the counties, you must fend for yourself. Remember how the Senate and they had the big debates about sharing the resources, that the counties want more money. But I have not seen a county going to parliament and saying, by the way, we don't want your money because you are produced enough this time. They always want more money. But there's so much emphasis on sharing, but not on generation. In fact, one of the things I expected to see in this document, I will look for it, is county economic growth rate. Not just the national economic growth rate. I want to see how counties have grown. How has Nyeri grown? How has Turkana grown? How has Kisumu grown? So that we also find out which counties are contributing to the national economic growth rate. Because I think it's a time we also let the counties fed for themselves. After all, they wanted the governments.
Actually, you've gotten the heart of the matter, Prof, because in my opinion, yes, whatever it is that was given to counties, the equitable share, that should have been seed money.
That is it.
The counties ought to have been centers of growth, so that as the counties grow, the country grows.
That is true.
Okay, but these ones are in kindergarten. They are always asking for money. They never grow.
Let me make it even more dramatic.
Yes.
All counties in Kenya, except maybe Nairobi and Mombasa, are bigger than Singapore.
Yes.
All of them.
Yes.
So you can imagine if we made each county a Singapore by itself.
How
Kenya would become an economic superpower.
How robust would we be?
But we don't want counties to become Singapore. They want to keep on depending on the national government.
You know me, I always nakimbianga mbele sana. Is it possible to get rid of this whole county issue?
But that's not the solution, is it?
We delete them from the system.
I can assure you, it will be that's a referendum that will definitely fail. Because remember, counties have become centers of economic power. And I hope you have seen the revolving door. If I'm in the county and I was a governor, and my 10 years ahead,
I now want to be senator.
If I'm an MCA and my 10 years ahead, I want to be an MP. So it has become a very good revolving for jobs. And then you have to remember that what the national government used to do is now done in the counties. So now you can offer people jobs, ministers, and so on. So it has become a very lucrative system for patronage and so on. And that patronage has connection to the national government. So you should be asking me, why is, for example, is the government so interested in Nairobi County, national government? Why are they not interested in the government of Wajir or the government of Kisumu or the government of...
Because in Nairobi is where the seat of power is?
No, not the seat of power. That's where the money is.
Okay.
So
it's a big economy.
It's a big economy, as he puts it. So suppose we made other counties like Nairobi, so there's money, there's economic activity. So it will be, to cut the story short, it will be very hard to reverse, because people have already tasted the good things about the counties. That money from the national government that trickles there, unconditionally. It's like when you give your son or your daughter pocket money. And we are all kids, when they finish high school, suffer from withdrawal syndrome, because they are no longer getting money from their parents. So you don't want the county government to suffer like that. So they will do anything to make it that. Yes, to keep it that way. But I think the dream was from day one that counties should have been centers of economic growth, not centers of politics.
Paul, bear in mind that where you have devolved units, like a place like the US that we keep referring to, or some of these countries in the West that we keep referring to,
Germany.
those devolved units are economic powerhouses.
Yes.
Because they understand that they have a certain level of autonomy, and that autonomy is what they use to grow their economies. Now, the aggregate of all those units growing makes that country an extremely powerful country. It's how it is. Once you have counties who do not need any money from the national government, then
and the reasoning was very simple, that counties know better what are the economic problems, so they know the resources that they have, they know how to package them. Look at something like tourism. Counties should be doing so well in tourism because they know exactly what are the attractions. If you ask me what are the attractions in Makueni or the attraction in Nakuru, I don't know, but those counties know. But do they advertise their attractions?
And yet all of them have a ministry for tourism. Oh, yes, they do. And they have tourism ministers. You see, there is a stunted approach to development where we favor an approach which I do not know how the economists would call it. We prefer to be dependent.
That's true.
There's an opportunity for independence, and that's what the equitable share does for you. But we prefer to be independent. We like it because the complaint that there isn't enough money going to the counties, it should be met with an equal understanding of what they've done with what they have received. Because to demand more, it means this isn't enough. Why is it enough?
Make it more dramatic. As an individual, when you have no money, you look for money.
Yes.
That's why we become entrepreneurs.
Yes.
Why can't counties also do the same? Say, yeah, we don't have money, so why can't we find out how we can become entrepreneurs? Not demand more from the government. Because the national government has all its money. It's also looking for money like the counties.
Yeah.
So what we need to do is to have entrepreneurial counties. Like when you say you are from Kitui.
Yes.
There should be a lot of people going to Kitui as tourists. And guess one of the attractions.
There's Zambani Rock.
Even before you go to that, what is Kitui famous for?
Honey?
When I go to Kitui and I go to Machakos, Machakos was the first capital of Kenya.
Okay.
Nobody talks about it. So when people come to Nairobi, they should also go and see the first capital.
You're right.
Kitui has not sold Chief Kivoi. Where was he born? Where did he grow up? And sorry to say, nobody has sold Kesito. I would like to go and see Kesito there. Or Okamote.
Witchcraft, eh?
Witchcraft.
See the practices and all.
So
I get you, yes.
Counties need to be creative. And there's no reason why they cannot make money. And these young men and women coming to the city, they should remain in the counties and bring innovations and make the counties turn around.
Right.
We need to have Silicon Valleys in the counties. We need to have regions that are centers of growth. Not everybody coming to Nairobi.
Is it because these counties have not discovered their own source of revenues? I see Kirinyaga really focused on the textile industry and a little bit of agriculture. And unfortunately now I can't even pinpoint what is in other counties, including my own, apart from charcoal, which sometimes is very controversial. But surely, is it because for the last 15 years of devolution, they really can't tell what they have?
It's because this country has been centralized for almost 60 years.
Yes.
So telling people now to start thinking about devolution, they have to change their mindset. That I don't need to come to Nairobi to succeed. I can succeed in the rural areas. Let me give you a stupid example. Sorry to use the word stupid.
Okay.
When I go to the funerals, I always hear kuna chakula ya watu Nairobi. Yeah, so why don't you have chakula ya watu wa Kisumu, watu wa Nanyuki? So
they are all considered watu wa Nairobi.
Yes, so everybody want to come Nairobi. Even when you are coming to Aido here, you want to come Nairobi. But if we can take these brains into the counties, the same way Nairobi has grown, they would grow. Because what is the biggest driver in economy? It is brains. And that's why US or California have done so well, because they attract brains from all over the world. So why are counties not attracting brains? Why should we graduate from Egypt or Nakuru and come Nairobi? Why should I graduate from Maseno and come Nairobi? Why can't I make Maseno or the region there? Why can't I use my brain?
The economic center.
Yes. So that's what we need to do, so that the brains go to the counties, they change and transform those people.
But now, Prof, who is in charge of that? I think that's now the central question. Who is it? The governor? Is it the people of that county?
Every county has a public service board for employing people.
Yeah.
They need to start and they need to start encouraging people, giving them incentives. The central government can also be there by giving people incentives to go and locate industry in the rural areas. See, if you look at EPZ, most of them are around Nairobi. Why we need to have EPs there all over the counties, so that if I want to start an industry, I'm a German or from Malaysia, and I come to the national government and I look at the incentives, I say the best incentives are in Laikipia, so I go there. The best incentives are in Kisumu, I go there. But now we don't incentivize people to go to the rural areas. After all, they always come to Nairobi because that's where they will make money. So we need to give people incentives as he put a seed money,
yes,
so that they start nuclear industries in the rural areas and they grow with the time. Because if you leave them by that, I don't think they will do that by themselves. People need incentives.
Well, let me answer this question differently. Perhaps we need to consider that among the qualities you want to see in a leader, not just by what they say, but what they've done, is the person who is going to bring about innovation. One, in encouraging people to be innovative and providing a framework or a structure within which innovation can take place. Because somebody wants to build roads and bring you water. Don't even think of electing that person. Forget about that person. Innovation. The innovation that we see in the counties is how to employ people, a good number of whom are ghosts.
You are right.
50% of the revenue that counties receive, you're employing people.
Yeah.
That's money that should have gone to innovation and all these things. So you remain 50%, what exactly will it achieve? If you then consider crony capitalism, which we then bring into the county government, where you give people work because you know them, and because they will give you a kickback, it means that if there's any growth within the county, it will be minuscule.
And that's why you find when you go to the counties today, what are some of the fastest growing what are things in quotes? Hotels.
Ziko nyingi.
So why are hotels growing? I thought you go to a hotel because you have worked very hard somewhere else. But we are not seeing factories and smokestacks coming up in the countryside. We are seeing hotels. And that is what perplexes me, because we should not be having hotels, we should be having factories. And how do we bring them there?
Where?
So if we don't give people incentives, they will keep on coming to Nairobi. And the countryside, we should only be going to the countryside.
As tourists?
No, either as tourists or during funerals. Because for some reasons, countryside become very, very popular during funerals.
Yeah.
Yet they should be the other way around. We should always be going to the countryside to invest and to make them grow. Because 70% of Kenyans are in the countryside.
Prof, we've come to the end. Maybe parting shot. From your perspective, state of the nation, are we heading in the right direction in terms of our economy? Or are we heading there but in a very slow pace, or we are not even moving the needle?
Somebody said in this forum today that Kenya has had the ghost of terrorism. Kenya has had the ghost of COVID.
Yes.
Ukraine, Iran, and other challenges we have faced in this country, but we're still learning. That shows that this country, if we can harness the creativity, the resilience, and the ingenuity of Kenyans, this country can become a fast country, not by 2055, as it was said some times ago, but even sooner.
Okay.
Kenyans are hardworking, that I have no doubt about. What we need is somebody who can harness that energy, believe in our tomorrow, encourage us, give us incentives, and the Kenyan economy will turn around. And most important, we must handle 2027 with a lot of skill. Because if we don't handle 2027 well, this problem we are talking about today, we shall talk about it in 2040. Kenyan politics and economy are intertwined. We have tried to separate them, but we have not succeeded. So, maisha mbaya, siasa mbaya,
maisha
mbaya. President Moi said that, and the more we live, the more we find out how far-sighted he was.
Thank you very much, Professor. This is where we come to a close. Again, when we have these conversations on economy, man, I usually leave here.
No, you look depressed.
More depressed than I was.
I hope you don't go looking for Panadol.
No. Excuse me, Brufen. All right, thank you so much, Professor. Coming right up, we're going to be having a conversation around the United States federal decision, what it means for Kenyans, and basically more conversations around the economy. Do stand by Hazen News.
This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga. Police have arrested the suspected ring leader of Munguleta gang in Elbago, Nakuru County following an operation that targeted rising insecurity in Kasarani and Salama areas. Residents had been living in fear after weeks of attacks, theft and intimidation linked to the gang, which disrupted livelihoods and forced many into anxiety. Officers from El Bagon police station say the suspect led them to a house in Salama where a cache of stolen items were recovered, including military boots, KPLC token machines and mobile phones. Judge Mohamed Warsame will occupy the vacant position at the Supreme Court after being selected by the Judicial Service Commission of Kenya for appointment. The commission, chaired by Chief Justice Martha Koome, picked the Court of Appeal judge following a 2-day vetting process, citing his strong qualifications and constitutional suitability. Justice Warsame brings 32 years of legal experience, including 22 years on the bench, having served in both the High Court and the Court of Appeal.
The Judicial Service Commission has nominated the Honorable Mr. Justice Mohamed Abdullahi Warsame for appointment to the Supreme Court of Kenya. The nomination is being transmitted to His Excellency the President of the Republic of Kenya for formal appointment in accordance with the provisions of Article 166(1)(a) of the Constitution of Kenya. Professional competence and impeccable integrity, fairness, sound judgment, a genuine and demonstrable commitment to the rule of law and public service.
Teso North Member of Parliament Oku Kaunya has called on leaders to be more careful with their public remarks, warning that careless statements can fuel hate speech and threaten peace between communities. Speaking on Parliament on Wednesday, he urged for responsible politics as the country heads into a tense political period, saying leaders must avoid inflammatory rhetoric. Kaunya also condemned the use of guns and hired goons in politics, blaming both political actors and gaps in security enforcement. Embu County elders have called for a crackdown on political goons ahead of electioneering period. The leaders, led by Joseph Wega from the Transcontinental Christian Ministries, have called on the state to take decisive action over what they described as rising goonism in the country.
Kuna jambo ambayo tunasema hatutakubali tena na hatutakubali, tutangojea kama serikali tunataka ituambie vijana wanakwenda kufanya furugu katika mikutano. Ni vijana wanatoka wapi? Ikiwa mwizi akipatikana pale tunaona anashikwa haraka. Why not these people? Kwa nini hizi vijana ambao wanakwenda kufanyia wale furugu hawashikwi? Na kwa sababu tunaelekea wakati huu wa siasa, tafadhali ningeuliza serikali yetu, please, muwe ni nyinyi mnalinda hao wananchi.
A former French serviceman has been detained in Madagascar over allegations that he was involved in a plot to destabilize the country. Prosecutors said the suspect faces charges including criminal conspiracy and plans to sabotage key infrastructure such as power lines and thermal plants. Authorities also say other alleged accomplices, including a Malagasy army officer, have been charged in connection with the planned operation, which was reportedly set for April 18th. And that's the truth on Radio Generation. Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga.
Sports on Radio Generation.
Good morning, I'm Samuel Otieno. Arsenal drew 1-1 with Atletico Madrid in the first leg of their Champions League semi-final at the Metropolitano Stadium in Madrid on Wednesday local time. Arsenal took the lead through a Victor Gyökeres penalty, but Atletico Madrid equalized through a Julian Alvarez penalty. The draw means that both Arsenal and Atletico Madrid must win by any score in the second leg of their Champions League semi-final. The Kenyan marathon record holder Sebastian Sawe received a hero's welcome on Wednesday evening, complete with a water cannon salute for the aircraft he was aboard. Sawe, the first person to break the fabled 2-hour barrier in the marathon, was welcomed back home by his parents and sportsier Salim Mvuria. Sawe said the London Marathon victory was a win for Kenya.
Siku ya leo niko na furaha sana kwa siku nzuri kama hii. Ninafurahia umekuja kusherehekea na mimi na umekuwa na roho ambayo sikuwa naitarajia inaweza kuwa hivi. Nashukuru sana na kwa yale yote ambayo tulienda tukayafanya kule London, si kuifanya peke yangu, nilifanya kwa sababu ya hizi zote.
And that's your sports update on Radio Generation. Good morning, I'm Samuel Otieno.
Sports on Radio Generation. The views and opinions expressed on this program are those of the guests and do not necessarily reflect the views of Radio Generation. Radio Generation assumes no responsibility or liability for the interviewee's views. This is Radio Generation. In the beginning, there was morning radio. But now there is Radio Generation's The People's Breakfast, curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The People's Breakfast, your morning, your voice, your journey. Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights, Radio Generation.
Welcome back indeed. This is Radio Generation. The time right now is 10 minutes past 8 o'clock. My name is Mongala Mbuvi. I'm with Citi Muga in the studio, and our guest for this particular hour has also arrived. We want to focus on what the United States federal decision means for the Kenyan shilling and, of course, by direct impact, your wallet. He is the Regional Director, Global Markets and Balance Sheet Management for Kenya, Central, Eastern, Southern African Anglophone countries, and, of course, he works for EcoBank. He is Mohammed Suleiman. Mohammed, a very good morning to you and welcome to Radio Generation.
Good morning, very good morning.
Yeah, you're well?
I'm very fine, thanks you.
We usually have proverbs here in the morning and we'd like to share one with you. It's actually from West Africa, the Sahel region, a country called Burkina Faso. Citi Muga will share it with you and perhaps you'll tell us what you think of it. Right?
Okay,
over to you, Citi.
Those who seek revenge must remember to dig 2 graves.
That's an interesting one. So my first thought would be, when you seek revenge, you probably harming yourself. The 2 graves, one will be the one you seek revenge for, and the second one is yours.
Yes.
So that's really my first thought, and you know, I believe is a truthful proverb.
Yeah. Indeed, you're spot on, because at the end of the day, you never know. You start something and you end yourself and the person that you are starting it with, yeah? Or rather against. All right, let's get down to business. The United States federal decision. Maybe you can just give us an overview of what it's about, and before we get to how it will impact global markets, global currencies.
Yeah, thanks very much. So indeed, the United States yesterday, they took the decision to hold the rate. But, you know, first of all, let's ask ourselves, what's that rate? So as the Federal Reserve, they are the central bank of the United States. They will give to the banks in the United States a rate that we will call the repo rate, the rate at which you can place money or you can borrow money from them as a central bank. So that rate is a critical rate for 2 reasons. For the size of the United States as an economy globally.
Right.
And for the second reason, because the US dollar is the most traded currency in the world. The US dollar is traded for the global trade, currencies, debt, and there is on a light note, there is a joke that says even the enemies of the United States have to use dollar for their normal transaction.
Yeah.
So, case in point today,
right?
Iran. If you go into Iran and give dollar to someone, he will take it happily, rather than his own currency.
Right.
Yet he doesn't really like United States as a country. That's how important the US dollar is for the world. So that's what the Fed rate is about.
Yeah.
Now, when coming to how it impacts globally and Kenya particularly, it is through 4 channels, very simple channels. When the US raise or reduce the rates, you need to consider the world as a competitive market where people have money and they want to decide, where do I send that money?
Yes.
So if the US dollar and the Fed takes a decision that increases the rate, for instance, it means the United States, comparatively to other markets, becomes more competitive for money.
All right.
So if I'm an investor, I would just have to ask myself a question: where would I keep my money? In Togo, in Kenya? If US has a better return, safer, I can get my money out whenever I want. So the flow of money immediately switches to where it's more profitable.
If I'm not wrong, sorry for cutting you short. If I'm not wrong, they held the rate between 3.5% to 3.75%.
Correct.
Where was it before?
So it was at that same rate for the last month.
Okay.
But well before then,
yes,
it used to be higher. And everyone, before the geopolitical issues that were happening, everyone expected that rate to start going down.
So from 3.5% maybe to 3 or even 2 point something.
That's where people were expecting.
Okay.
Before the geopolitical issues.
What were they basing the expectations on?
Yeah, so that's a very good question. The first and foremost is inflation. The United States Fed has 2 mandates. Is to make sure the US economy has almost full employment. That's their mandate. How do they make sure the job creation in the US is the most optimal possible? That's one of their mandates. The second mandate is price stability in the US. Anything else the Fed doesn't take care of. So for them, why the expectation was that rate may go down, inflation was well within their target range, job creation was at the top. So once they meet that target, they make sure they continue keeping that stability in the price and having job creation. So that's why you will see the key things that they look at: statistics. Where are the job creation? Anytime they feel that job creation is now not getting to where they want it to be, they need to bring some stimulus. Because remember, when they change the rate, what it means for corporations in the US, it means a big corporate will have to borrow cheaper or more to hire people,
right,
to create job. So if job is not doing well, they need to give that stimulus for people to go and hire and have this thing done. Now they were betting on the fact that yes, things were going very well, inflation was on the target,
yes,
until that war and oil prices and all those things came in like unexpectedly from the market's point of view, not from a political point of view.
Right. And did that particular decision that they made yesterday, right, did it have anything to do with what the UAE did as far as exiting OPEC and OPEC Plus is concerned?
No.
No.
So
No.
the central bank is very, very cautious. They really look at this the macroeconomics of the country.
Not the global conversations.
Not the global, not the political. You see, there was a lot of question to the chair yesterday.
Yes.
About what is his challenges with the administration. What is the weight of that challenge into what decision he's taking? And he's been very consistent. They really separate whatever he's having, the lawsuits, everything that's happening. He's separating that from the macroeconomic of the country.
All right.
Now, coming down to Kenya,
Right.
because we need to bring the story home.
Sure.
That rate that they kept means a lot of stability for the Kenyan economy, because corporations, investors will be able to predict the next few months. Because any spike there, you can imagine a fintech that was raising money. Those people that were supposed to send money into Kenya, they start posing. By the way, let's postpone my investment in Kenya because now I have an alternative in the US. But with the rate that is held, there is no need to pose investment decision into emerging market The second, when flows come into a market, the immediate impact on that is on the exchange rate. The exchange rate is on two factors: demand and supply. Like I said, if you get more flows in your country, that usually means people are looking for your local currency, because when you bring dollars for you to spend in Kenya, you need Kenyan shilling. That gives a lot of strength to your currency, subject to, in the meantime, your country not being importing too much, because it doesn't matter how much comes into your country. If you need more than how much that comes in your country to then pay for your bills, and then you will not solve the problem. You won't be creating the required impact. So I think what yesterday's decision means for Kenya is, at least outside any other shocks, you will not be getting a shock from the Fed decision immediately. That notwithstanding the other challenges on oil price, because oil price now will depend on the truce between US and Iran, the peace talk. There's so many other variables that decide the oil price. And that oil price, that will trigger immediately to all emerging markets.
Will it be immediate? Because I think I had some expert somewhere saying that even if the war was to end today, that fuel price decrease, it will not be felt, not even in 2-3 months.
That's correct. When you have a truce or you have a peace, for you to recover the harm that has been done, you take a lag.
So it's about recovery.
But if the war worsen right now, then you picking it up is faster.
Okay.
So that immediate effect is simple, because price, when cargoes are imported in Kenya, is based on what they call the Platt. So the average, that average start kicking up immediately. But when everything stops and they agree that, okay, now we're having a peace, you have a lot, logistically you need to remove some of the challenges you're having at the Strait of Hormuz. There are so many things to happen before you can see the oil price retreating back to where it was. So from all the analysts, nothing can happen immediately. For recovery, it's not really. It's very unlikely that you can get back to $70 for per barrel. Very unlikely for 2026.
Okay. I mean, when we compare that particular crisis, again, I'm taking it back to the crisis because we are seeing what it's doing to the fuel prices here. When I compare to what happened in Ukraine, it wasn't as bad. because I mean Ukraine didn't block the Strait of Hormuz, right? But then again, I go to another situation that we are facing, which is COVID-19. That also affected fuel prices a little bit, but not as it is affecting right now. So if what is happening in the Middle East escalates and takes a little bit longer than we want it to, so that means that we're going to be in trouble for a very long time to come, considering what the US Fed, what the Federal Reserve did. Will it have any impact on fuel prices going forward with the current war as it is?
Two things. I think as a continent, we are really not well positioned. The only, I would say, light we see at the end of the tunnel is what's happening with the Dangote refinery.
Yes.
Because like in any business, having all concentration on one side of the world, it's very dangerous for the continent. Now, can the Dangote situation in Nigeria, can Dangote export to salvage and help other African countries? Is yet to be seen, because it's a lot. He's saying he's capable of doing that because they are moving the production very fast.
Yeah.
Because if we have no other way of getting our fuel, then we are in trouble for a very long time. As long as that war is not ended, we will be in trouble because we have no other alternative. And fuel is not like something you can. It's not tomato you can change where you pick it. It's when you are in for a long period. So that's we everyone, and that's also one of the good side of this story. Everyone expect that the US, because of the midterm election, will have to make some key decision. Do they want the situation, because they are also buying gas and fuel very expensively, and those are the same people who vote. So there will be a balance between what the president wants to achieve politically, military wise, and his core voters, and what he is in September, November. He has to make a choice, and that will ease the situation for all of us, because we have no other alternative for now to bring the fuel.
Because if you look at the capacity of Nigeria, I understand they do 600,000 barrels a day?
That's they've increased it. They are in the 1 million. That's now they are able to do now. He said he's increasing that capacity. He's raising his new money to be able to do 1.5, which will be maybe not enough, but it will really help.
It's not enough.
It won't be enough, but it will help many countries apart from the Nigeria itself.
But now this starts a conversation for Africa to start being innovative in their own way, build their own refineries, start capitalizing on their own oil, because now we have oil in Libya, Nigeria, recently Kenya,
Question is,
Uganda.
where in Africa don't we have oil?
Yeah. So now that will force us to increase our capacity.
Yes, and it's Dangote usually says it will start with Africans, because it needs a lot of money. He's raising a lot of money, but we have shown capacity. He has shown the ability to deliver such infrastructure. Is a visionary,
right?
And can we have it for 4 regions? Instead of we thinking country, can we think continent? Because the moment you have 3 of such refinery in 3 specific spots, because we need to prepare for the next war. Today was Iran, but tomorrow it can be another region of the world that prevent Africa getting the fuel. So I think that's on a broader perspective. We think leaders are aware what needs to be done.
Right.
Recently, we also saw some big bank like EcoBank coming on the table with big development institutions to say we have the capacity. We now have banks that can raise such amount of money to help serious investor to settle and do things in Africa. We don't have to take our oil, go somewhere to do it and bring it back. You don't have to do that.
In terms of inflation, this federal decision, how does it affect inflation?
Yeah, so I was talking about the flows. The next level is the exchange rate, and the following is naturally the inflation. So if Fed, let's assume Fed didn't hold the rate, so flows will move to the US. If they were raising the rate, for instance, flows will move to the US, which means Kenya flows moving from Kenya specifically means NSC will lose investors that are taking money out. Some investors that plan to build a plant here, they will be moving money. So Kenyan shilling under pressure would mean immediately a spike in the inflation, because the rate will immediately reflect it when flows are going out. So inflation comes from those factors. If we are buying the same quantity of fuel and we use it to buy it at $20 million, same fuel you are now paying 40, it means you've doubled. Matatus will immediately put it in their price, because the price build up, April will change the price. So it's like everything will just be compounding.
Yeah, ripple effect.
Now the fact that they've held the rate means we do not expect inflation coming from the rate side, because when the Fed held the rate, we expect investors to not be in a panic to move funds from Kenya. So we do not expect an inflated demand of dollar coming from the Fed's decision yesterday.
Okay.
So from the exchange side, there's not much risk. The only risk for inflation right now is how soon can the war end? How can we get rid of that importation inflation?
Yes.
I would say that is coming from imported goods and services. The longer it takes, the more difficult it will be. So the recent decision by CBK on the rate was also, if you read the comment, we await to see the impact.
All right.
Because it was too soon to know how much will come into the inflation, where will it land? Because again, CBK's mandate is very clear. The inflation is what they have to tackle, and so for the inflation to be in the band is the key mandate.
Yes.
And you need to wait for the statistic. You can only do it after fact. If you rush to take a decision and then the inflation doesn't come where you expect it, then you may have a negative impact.
Let me ask this question again. This is for my understanding. So this 3.5 to 3.75, it has held steady. Are we saying that prior to the announcement that was made yesterday, it was the same? Because if it's holding steady, it was exactly the same.
Yes.
So what it therefore means is that any repayment that the country of Kenya has, which is dominated in US dollars, will not increase.
Not necessarily. Yeah. So let me break it down. The borrowing that a country will have through Eurobonds and things like that is based on the yield, okay, which is what investors ask for when they want to give you that money. That yield is not only made of the Fed rate, it's made of what we call the risk-free, which is the Fed rate, plus a premium that they ask depending on who you are. So I come from Benin. It's a very small country. The premium people will ask for Benin will be completely different from the premium they will ask from Kenya. Different from what they will ask from Egypt.
Why?
The component of a premium, there are two main components. It's your own macro, how they feel like your debt level, how are you managing that country, what is your history, have you ever lied like you said I will pay and you've not paid. Have you? Those things is like normal how the bank will assess you.
So essentially the rating that you have.
Yes, but not only the rating on paper.
No,
based on evidence.
Yes,
like your track record.
Yes,
and the liquidity situation during the time. If you ever go to borrow when no one has money, you pay a hell. Not because you are bad, but no one, the few people that were there, they will charge you.
They make sure their money is expensive.
Exactly.
Yes.
Now, if you go in the market where the money, there is a wash liquidity, then you just pick it. Beside your own, whatever you have as a challenge. So it's a very complex world where the countries that understand how it works, they actually go into when it's required. That comes to the question, never be in a situation where you have no choice than going to your banker.
Yeah.
Because that's what it means. If you have no other choice than borrowing, then when there's no money, I have no choice, I have to, so the people would price you. Now, if you are in a position where you don't need the money, actually,
the ones who
they will come to you,
right?
And then you tell, oh, but by the way, I don't want this one. I don't. So the more you have that capacity, and how do you have that capacity? By building your country to be in a position not to be begging for the money. Yeah? You need to be having an environment where investors are coming. It's so clear, the framework, legal. They can. You see the amount of money people are raising in the US for AI.
Yeah.
Why is it so easy to? They're talking trillion.
Yes.
It's because it's so free. The market is free. Things are clear. You know what to do, what not to do. So even though things are happening geopolitically, you don't foresee a situation where US is not able to raise money.
Right.
So I think it's interconnected. It's your own rating history. We've seen countries that will have proper rating on paper, but when they go to raise money at the wrong time, they pay a price that has nothing to do with what their rating is saying.
I have a question. I'll take you back to something I asked earlier on, and it is in regards to the UAE leaving OPEC and OPEC plus. Will it have? It might not have a significant impact now because number one, Strait of Hormuz war, Middle East issues. But are we looking at a situation whereby perhaps in another 2 to 3 years, assuming there is no conflict in the Middle East, where that particular decision for them to exit is going to affect how oil prices are going to affect the dollar rate?
Yeah, definitely. It's that was unprecedented, and what I believe is politically they wanted to make also wanted to make a point. Because the biggest risk will be who will come next. If there are other OPEC countries following that move,
right,
then it becomes a big problem. Because the OPEC at least allowed convergence of views. You know, because you are in the market where people are producing that oil. You don't want all of you to dump in more product where there is no demand.
Yes.
And so OPEC used to be a way to convene, let's limit our production this time because demand is not as high. And then when demand happens, they agree together to. So they had a way to control where the price will go. Now, if everyone goes into his own, then we will pay the price.
Okay.
Because again, we do not have that capacity to. The refineries are not here, and even though the oil is enough, but it has no value because we've not transformed it.
I remember it was either 2014 or 2016 when Saudi Arabia increased its capacity because it sort of like behaves like a bully in OPEC.
Yeah.
So it increased rather its capacity, and it brought down the price of the barrel from $100 to about $30 in a year. Now that even brought the rate of the dollar really, really, really down.
Yeah.
And that for me is a good thing. If the UAE can do that, and then another partner also decides to exit, like Angola did a couple of years ago, yeah, that's a good thing, right?
Depends where you sit. Because if you sit in Nigeria,
yeah,
oil,
a bad thing.
oil price below $70, you crash the country. So it's because you, as a country, if you produce oil, you budget. So you need to budget where will the oil price be for you to finance education and so if it goes
below $1,
you now start, is a gap, is a real gap, because you started spending the money expecting to collect at a certain level,
and then it's not there.
So it means you need to go and borrow from who? When everyone says that what gives you the majority of your revenue is not there, who will lend you that money? So it's when they do assumption, they have a minimum where they say that is the level. If it's below that level, you crash the country. So they have interest into the OPEC. You need some kind of discipline for some people to survive.
Okay.
If you take other countries,
Yeah.
Congo, oil price below a certain level,
you crash the economy.
There is no.
Let me ask you, the controlling or determining prices on the world market. We have rare minerals that are also traded on the world market. We speak of oil because it fuels most economies on the planet. Who is it who leads the charge to bring about rationality into the pricing of it, so that it is something that can be universally be said to be beneficial? Or is it a tool that those who have it in abundance can play around with as they see fit to determine whatever end they want?
That's a good question, but I would tell you my strong belief is you always need to be on the right side of the story. If you take Cote d'Ivoire, EcoBank, we are in 33 markets, so running the balance sheet and the global market for many, I have the benefit of seeing what is happening in different markets.
Yes.
Cote d'Ivoire does cocoa, and they are the number one producer in the world
of cocoa.
So they are able to sit on the table where that decision can be made of what do we do, what not to do, because you are powerful enough to be there. Now, if you don't have the capacity to produce, you need to find, on a light note, you need to find your Strait of Hormuz
and block it.
So you are able to block, open, block
at will.
If not, no one listen to you. It's so simple. So anything you as a country, let's just be ready. We need to have competitive advantage in certain areas that we know the world needs us for it.
That is what gives us strength when we are discussing such matters on the global level.
Exactly. Otherwise, you can complain. You ask for meetings. People listen to you, but at the end of the day, the decision will be made, and you have to pay the price, or you have to adapt to it. So we just need to find what is our sweet spot. What do we have that we know we are the best at it?
Yeah,
and then we use that as a leverage.
How is it that Kuwait has got the strongest currency in the world, yet they have oil just like Saudi and UAE and many other countries? What is so special about their currency?
Currency, look at it as a simple product. You have a product, is demand and supply. The exchange rate is the price of that product.
Okay.
So as a country, is a very small country. So if you have enough of the reserve, like we said, and you import very little, it means you have excess. You're just looking for opportunities
to spend.
But the country is small compared to the wealth.
Right.
The country is very small in terms of import. So that gives immediately the kind of power
Yeah.
for the currency.
Because even in terms of wages, the average wages, they are quite high, even in some more than other Western countries.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's the same. It's the wealth compared to what they really need. You know, sometimes you say God is unfair. You know, it's
Yeah.
Yeah, but really, is that if you take the wealth they have compared to how many people they are, do they really need that much? But it's what it is.
In East Africa, right? Let me actually just use Kenya as an example. In terms of what we're exporting to places like China, the US, and the UK, is it enough to fuel our economy in the kind of way that we expect to fuel it, and to have to even make our currency as strong as we would want it to be? Because I feel like for the longest time now, I think it's been 2 years, we have maintained the currency at where it is. We understand it's because of how we are trading in our oil, but is there anything else we can tweak, add, minus to make it stronger?
Yeah, definitely. I think right now the key is the remittance level. Is a very good level. We are heading to 500 million a month. That's a very good level.
Yes.
Export, they are strong, but not as strong as remittances, for instance. So what, as EAC or Kenya, we need to find additional area where we are able to export, because the biggest risk, which is not something that may happen overnight, but those remittance, there are Kenyans working abroad. If anything happen in those economy where people are not able to support their family back home, you can imagine what could happen to the money they send.
All right.
So that is not under our control. If UK, something goes wrong in the US, and people are not able to send the amount of money they've been sending, then
there's a problem.
There's a problem. So we need to diversify what else we can export as a country, to be able to supplement. Not saying that remittance will go down, but if it goes down, we have a plan B.
Are you saying that right now remittances are the largest foreign exchange earner?
Yeah, we are remittance a very, very good traction on remittance. Yeah, more than tea.
Yeah, and here I thought at the very top there we had tourism.
No, we don't. The remittances became a major source of foreign exchange earning in this country for quite some time now.
Yeah.
Yes.
But that wasn't the case some 20 years ago.
Well, we didn't have that number of people in the diaspora. Because we're talking numbers here. How many people do we have who work abroad, and how many of them send money home? It's a numbers thing. If the numbers increase, and we're not talking about just people, but people whose employment earns them a certain amount of money that enables them to do what they need to do wherever they are and to send home. So it's quality jobs as well. Remember, very many countries in the West have aging populations.
Okay.
We don't have that problem on this continent. We are a young continent. So just like other people export flowers, as we export flowers and human resource.
Yes.
Because that's what we do. Because when you export expertise, there is a payment for it. And in our situation, it is manifested in what we call the
what?
Remittances.
Yes.
Yes, that's what it is.
Okay.
Yes.
You know, on that issue of remittances, and of course he's talking about numbers, our population is really looking forward to go perhaps work abroad. The government of Kenya started this thing called they called it what? Kazi Maju.
Yes.
You know, trying to tell people to leave the country, and it has been met with a lot of resistance, because one of the key things people are saying is that we're exporting all our skills, all the skilled doctors, all the skilled nurses, the skilled teachers, and we're probably remaining with a skeleton of that. But here you are saying that this is actually a good idea.
Yes, it's first of all, you need to give credit to the educational system, because this thing didn't happen overnight. It's because there've been good teacher, good professors, given that skill that we are even able to export.
Yeah.
compare yourself with other countries who do not even have that first. You have done, so don't bash yourself too much. You have the skills.
Yeah.
Some of them, we will not say all of them are going out. Some of them are going out. I think the next step is how do we make them impact back?
Okay.
Because the country has invested in them. The country has done so many things. University, and now when they went out, you need to have a safe environment, some safe structure for them to invest back. Just give you an example again on my country, Benin.
Yeah.
There is a professor. He is the number 4 most influential robotic
engineer
in the world. He has created that robot that can actually do surgery without any human intervention.
All right.
He had not been trained in Benin.
All right.
But last week he came back from Germany and France and say, I want to give back home. And I need to transmit back, not because you guys have invested in me, because you've not done anything, but that now you put it in the Kenyan context where Kenya has invested on doctors, so many people. When they go back, we need to put structure in such a way that they can come and bring it back in terms of training others, making sure they can invest in the country. And the way you do it is having simple way for the money to come back home first. And one of the things EcoBank we're very proud of is we have made for all Kenyan that are abroad a very simple way to get an EcoBank account. With your passport, digitally, you can open an account back home and send that remittance home first, without the fear of sending to a cousin and then you don't know if he has used the money he has done. So that you have full control of that money coming back. But the next step would be after the money has come home, what structure can you have the money? I know there are circles, but you need some kind of formal way for Kenyans that have something to offer to the country to give back and say, I want to be part of a virtual or whatever, a funds that use for specific reason. And I'm sure by the time we are getting the next 5 years, we are getting engineers, we are getting entrepreneurs, anything they can do, but so they can see what I'm giving back has a return.
Okay.
I think that's the way I'll put it. But skills people, we know other countries have done it. You go into Dubai, hotels are full of Philippines.
Yes.
And it's a whole, so it's not something bad. It's how now you transmit that back home to be able to get the benefit of the investment.
In fact, you mentioned the Philippines. One of the labor exports that many countries have are medical workers, nurses specifically. The Philippines took this thing to a different level. They actually have training institutions within their country that meet the required standards that the Americans have. So you can actually train a nurse in the Philippines and they'll be plugged straight into the American system.
Exactly.
As opposed to going to America and being retrained again.
Yeah.
You see? There's something that our brother Mohammed said, which is actually important.
Yeah.
Understanding how the system works. What the government is doing is not depleting our human resources. No, far from it. We have an overabundance of people who are professionals who cannot find employment. That's not a problem we have. We have an absorption problem. We can't absorb them to the degree that is required ourselves. So when an opportunity arises, the government creates a structure. We also have one of our pet no, it's not a pet peeve. One of the focuses that we have as Kenyans is criticism. We criticize literally everything the government does, and a lot of the times we don't really look at the facts. We don't look at what exactly is the government doing and how are they going about it and what is the structure. So long as the government is doing it, it will be criticized. they are selling our people abroad. Actually, no. For the longest time before this structure, Kenyans left the country and went abroad. So when it is structured so that one, you know where they are, you know what they are going to do. So if there's a problem, you know what to do. These problems began in the Middle East. People are going to the Middle East for the longest possible time. Why? Because the opportunities were there. The population of the natives there cannot do the jobs that are required. That's why they have such a big expatriate community in those countries, the Middle East. Yes. Now, the number of countries who can actually do what Kenya has done on this continent, you can count them. The understanding is that there is a need.
Okay.
You're thinking of Kenya. The diaspora in India. The Indians who are in the diaspora, if you look at the sort of money they send back to their countries, it is astronomical. If you're looking on this continent, if you look at Egypt, if you look at Sudan before they had all these problems, these are things that have been done for the longest time. We're just now visible because we are doing it in a certain way.
Even Nigerians.
Oh, they have. And Ghanaians. I mean, West Africa were ahead of the curve long before everybody else.
Yeah, Nigerians are even in Cyprus, places where you would ask yourself, what am I going to do in Cyprus again?
You see, Paul, there's a reality about the continent that we must face.
Yes.
If we do not make it, we don't create an environment where our own people who are in the diaspora feel that they can actually come back and do something about or do better than what they were doing abroad, then we will not benefit from whatever it is that they have gained in the countries that they have gone to. Yes,
I think the biggest thing is when people are having these conversations about people leaving the countries, why should they go and build those other countries? Why should they go to China and build China, build Singapore and build America instead of building here? That's the big question that people ask.
What do we make? How do we go about making it possible for somebody to go out knowing that they'll come back? In fact, they're working with the idea that I must come back. I want to ask a different question, Mohammed. EcoBank. I've heard a lot about EcoBank, and I've read some things about EcoBank and its strength. What was the thinking behind setting up EcoBank, and how is it that it has grown to the level that it has grown? Because EcoBank is a very huge bank.
It's a Pan-African bank.
Yes.
Yes. No, thanks for that. I think it is the Pan-African bank. It's not just a Pan-African bank. And the history about EcoBank is quite amazing. In West Africa, back in the days, when you want to open an LC, once you want to import something, you had to go to a French bank or a UK bank. Then imagine what did I tell you? It's around the table. You need to have your Strait of Hormuz. When you want to, let's say you want to import something and you have to ask a French bank an approval to finance you, how soon do you think they can allow you if they don't want you to develop?
Or they don't see the benefit for them in what you're asking?
So we have the Chamber of Commerce, people, African, who just regroup and say, this is making nonsense. We have the capacity. We just want money to flow, and we have to wait for Paris to agree or UK to agree. Let's just regroup and see what we can do, because we have the money. It's not really about, it's just that sometimes you need financing. And the beauty about it is when you have visionary people, they can quickly agree. So they've agreed, met few presidents, and that is the origin of why EcoBank is in Togo. The first president who understood this vision, he said, I'm giving you land, everything you need. Please, just start tomorrow if you want, because that is what we need. And that's why our headquarters are in Togo. But from there, back in the day, for you to open an account in those French banks, you need a minimum amount. You need to be. You have a suit. You need those.
So many requirements.
Yeah, but we came and say we are open, even the weekend. Please,
come in slippers.
This is your house. So immediately, it's been 40 years of amazing journey, where we go as far as Cape Verde. We go in countries where people never thought Africans are capable of building something that is working. But the moment we set up the map and realize we are solving for a specific problem,
Yeah.
which is African being able to transact. We don't need to go to anyone to get. Why would a Kenyan get an approval from UK before sending a product into Ghana? It doesn't make sense. So what EcoBank has achieved today is something that Africa is looking for in terms of air travel, in terms of insurance, in terms of everything else. We've not achieved what EcoBank has achieved, which is having one platform. Where I sit today, my electricity bill can come back home in Benin. I'll pay in few seconds from here. My driver back in Benin can call me. I have an emergency. I'm at a petrol station. Can you help? I can immediately, without going through US, Swift, whatever. It's just one platform where we transact real time in 33 markets. No one else can offer that. So the next level is for us to make it known. Because one thing is to have a capacity, you can build refinery, everything, but if no one knows that outside of Africa, then people still think, oh, Africa, is it that continent where people move between trees and trees? What?
They swing
while riding elephants.
Yeah. So really, we need to be proud of our own story, tell the story, because it is happening. What we are doing is not really we move Kenyans from here that are looking for business, we move them to West Africa. We show them what is happening in West Africa. There's so many opportunities. Sometimes I think the legacy of the colonialism also has put that in our mind. When we are looking for a solution, let's go to India, let's go to China. Yet today there are things that I see amazing in Kenya that are not available in Burundi, not available in DRC. That's what we want. We want to empower people to just go and look out there. You take solar, you take anything that is obvious for Kenyans, but is not yet obvious. Go there, conquer market, make money, because at the end of the day, that is what will matter. Who is able to position the country, which country can position itself to be the place to go when you are looking for opportunity. And Kenya has that capacity.
Do you have any branches outside Africa?
Yes, we do have our Paris office, which is a full-fledged banking. And again, the idea is people come through one gate in Paris and we tell them everything about Africa.
Okay.
Because we have big corporations that usually do not even know where Togo is as a country, Benin is as a country. You come to Paris, we tell you, we are here, and we show you what is Africa. How do you go here? What we have a rep office in China as well, and we have Dubai office.
Hey, you guys are where the money is, eh?
Yeah, we know where the money is, so we follow the money to make it happen back home.
Okay.
But I think it has been a wonderful journey. This year we've done our highest record in terms of revenue as a group.
Please tell us the amount.
So what matters is $800 million of PBT, which is like money we've made after everything. $800 million.
That is a lot of money.
There's very little company that can mention that amount.
It's a lot of money.
So where we are heading is to become $1 billion company as a group. And that's something that we believe it will happen in a very short period of time, because we believe the story we are telling is something that is needed. Africa needs to transact between each other easily, smoothly, and the moment you cut the middlemen, okay, you actually improve people's life. The middlemen are people who come from China and take the information from here. Just because you are not aware, they will take information from DRC or from whatever country and sell that same information here as the expert. They come from the US, come from Europe. These are the experts of. If we could just talk to each other, we actually have the solution. So that's what we are coming to. We are bridging that gap.
Thank you so much, Suleiman. That's where we come to an end as far as our conversation is concerned. But we usually say we invite you again. Let's see how this situation unfolds, the dollar, the Strait of Hormuz, and many others, and we shall continue conversing.
And more importantly, how the EcoBank works with SMEs and the informal sector on this continent to bring them to the next level.
All right.
That will be a great pleasure. Again, just as a closing remark, what we believe is, be it inflation, be it exchange rate, most of the business, we give them advice. You focus on generating your business. We as a bank, our expertise is to look at those variables and tell you how you can protect. We give you the best advice. So don't try to play the trader. You're watching the Fed meeting till 10 p.m. That's not. We give daily brief to people, just what matters. Otherwise, you will not focus on your core business, which is winning new market, making more money.
All right.
So thanks very much.
Karibu sana. Here's the news with Winnie Maganga.
This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga. Education Cabinet Secretary Julius Ogamba is calling for disciplinary action against Alliance Girls High School Principal Margaret Njeru over an alleged unauthorized fee increase. According to the Ministry of Education, the school's approved fees stood at 53,558, but were reportedly increased to 120,179 without official approval. CS Ogamba says the move violates the Basic Education Act, which requires all fee structures to be approved by the Cabinet Secretary before implementation. Economist XN Iraqi is questioning Kenya's reported 4.6% economic growth and the claim of over 800,000 new jobs created. He says the figures should be looked at alongside everyday living conditions, noting that most of the new employment is likely in the informal sector, which makes up to 80% of the economy. He was speaking today on Radio Generation.
The growth rate has not gone up significantly as we would have expected. It has gone down from 4.7 to 4.6. But if you look at the expectations we got from Kenya Kwanza government, we would have expected something higher than that. The other thing that surprised me is the number of jobs that were created, over 800,000. Maybe that is the government statistics, but when I talk to people on the streets, my relatives, my neighbors, those who are my students who have graduated, that number does not seem to reflect the reality, unless you are referring to informal sector jobs, which might have gone up because the formal jobs were nowhere to be seen. So if you can't get a job in the formal employment, or in the government, or in the private sector, these big organizations, you go to the informal sector. And maybe that's where the jobs are coming from.
Right.
The big question is whether they are quality jobs, or jobs that I'm so proud of that if I stop you on the streets of Nairobi, you can give me a business card.
Busia Senator Okiya Omtata has raised concerns over the regulation of TVET institutions in the country. He warns that some institutions are offering unaccredited courses, misrepresenting their certifications and foreign partnerships, and making unrealistic job promises to students. Omtata says these practices are exposing learners to exploitation and undermining the credibility of the technical and vocational education and training sector.
I rise pursuant to Standing Order 53, Clause 1, to seek a statement from the Standing Committee on Education on a matter of national concern regarding the regulation and compliance of technical and vocational education and training in brackets TVET institutions in the country. Mr. Speaker, sir, there are growing concerns over the emergence of institutions offering unaccredited programs, misrepresenting certifications and international partnerships, and making questionable employment guarantees, thereby exposing students and parents to potential exploitation and undermining the integrity of the TVET subsector.
2 Jewish men have been stabbed in North London in what police have described as a terrorist incident. The attack took place in Golders Green, an area with a large Jewish community, and comes after a series of arson attacks targeting Jewish sites. Police say a 45-year-old man was arrested after he also tried to stab responding officers. The 2 victims, aged 76 and 34, are in stable condition in hospital. And that's the truth on Radio Generation. Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga.
The views and opinions expressed on this program are those of the guests and do not necessarily reflect the views of Radio Generation. Radio Generation assumes no responsibility or liability for the interviewee's views. This is Radio Generation. In the beginning, there was morning radio. But now there is Radio Generation's The People's Breakfast. Curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The People's Breakfast. Your morning, your voice, your journey. Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights. Radio Generation.
Well, indeed, good morning my neighbors, how are you doing? It is now 9 minutes past 9 o'clock. My name is Mungala Mbuvi. Ni wakati wa kuingia kwa siasa, kwa sababu tuliambiwa siasa mbaya, maisha mbaya. Na niko na watu hapa kwenye studio ambao wanaweza fanya maisha yetu ikuwe mbaya ama ikuwe salama salmini. I'll be introducing them shortly, but let me just read a comment or two here. Morris and Dati saying, not Morris, but Alvin Games. Is it Games or Gamez? Okay. Alvin saying great conversations, yeah. Kelvin Muredi saying locked in, very informative conversation that we had in the previous hour. Perina Njenga saying quotable quote, if you are not a major producer of a certain commodity, you have to find your Strait of Hormuz and block it. This is a quote by Mohammed Suleiman. Nice one. Odur Aresema, very powerful. Africa is a hub of unexplored opportunities that need to be taken up. And we have been saying this for the longest period ever, that indeed Africa tuko na kila kitu. Shida ni wale watu tunapatianga kura zetu. Na kuna wengine hapa kwenye studio wenye tunataka
Shida si wao, shida ni
sisemi ni hawa specifically.
No. Shida sio wale ambao tunawapatia kura. Shida ni sisi.
Wenye kupiga kura.
Bwana, investment ya kura ni kubwa. Then hulindi hiyo investment yako unaiwachilia tu imee tu kama mizizi. Surely.
What are we trying to say? Okay. Ni kweli City, nakubaliana na wewe kabisa. Lakini wacha ni wakaribishe wageni wetu kwenye mazungumzo yetu ya leo. Tuko naye Youth Coordinator National Students Council of Kenya, Mark Oko. Mark Oko, good morning. Welcome back to Radio Generation.
Thank you so much.
And then we also have NEC, aka NEC member, Wiper Party and chair of the National Youth Caucus, Kamau Wambio. Kama kwana hata ama mnasemanga aje?
Tuko salama.
Muko fiti
Tuko sawa.
All right. You know, every time nataka kujifanya najua hizi maduga zote. Hata wewe ningekuongelesha yenyu ni kwenye kidogo nimesahau. Lakini mko sawa? Mnasalimiana aje? Hebu nikumbushe. Is it Mabero or something?
Ichionade.
Ichionade.
Yes.
Meaning what?
This morning, how have you woken up? Because still morning.
Yes. All right. Okay. Even us in Ukambani we ask wa mukata, yani umeamka aje?
Wa mukata.
Na mukanesa.
Na mukanesa. I understand that. Nowadays I'm living with Canvas very well.
Lakini unajua sasa now that wewe ni wa Wiper, kutoka leo nafaa kwa nikipita akase. City Chionade.
Chiombera.
Nice one. Well, na hizi vitu. So, is Kenya at a crossroads? The youth perspective. This is why we have this youthful gentleman in the studio. So, guys, mulisikia jana kwenye CS wa Treasury alisema, Mheshimiwa Mbadi. Kuna vitu alisema, na kitu cha kwanza alisema akasema kuna makazi ya increase in the informal sector. So basically, in very many words, he painted a picture that says that Kenya is moving in the right direction. We have growth. It might be slow, but it's growth nonetheless. Oko, I'll start with you. Where are we from your perspective?
Thank you so much, Mbuvi, for having me this morning and together with the senior city.
Yes.
I think as a country we are heading in the right direction.
Okay.
I would give it, if we are giving a scale between A to F, I think Kenya, we are scoring at B minor and we are scoring towards well.
Yes.
I think that's a good assumption. I think there are good indicators indicating as to why as a country we're improving well. If we come from, say, looking at even economic metrics such as our inflation level,
yes,
which was at 9.8 when William Ruto was speaking this government, today is something below 3.84. If you look at our debt inflation levels have gone a bit low, so looking at quite a number of these economic metric indicators are indicating that as a country we are moving towards the right direction. For the youth particularly, if you look at some of the social programs that government has started, say as the housing program, we have over 140,000 youths who have been employed in the housing program. The only thing I do feel like there is an issue around public trust, and I think public trust is a very huge concern amongst each Kenyans, and I feel like there are Kenyans whom no matter what government is doing, they will always be, especially those who are, say, particularly even on the one-term side, whatever government is trying to do, they will always see it from a negative end.
The Kenyans who are on the one-term side.
Yes, the ones who believe that Ruto should not be re-elected.
Because you're on the two-term side.
Of course, I'm on the two-term side.
Okay. I was just confirming, but yes, proceed.
Yes, but that is neither here nor there.
Okay.
But I do feel like perhaps one of the due issues that I think most Kenyans have, and you see, the assessment of our country should not just be based at the national level.
Okay.
The assessment should even go to the devolved units. What are our governors doing? You find, like, for example, you have a resident in Siaya County who is saying, say, perhaps one time has a problem with the national government, but who has a governor who is never in office, is always moving around. I don't know doing what he has. I don't know the last time James Orego was seriously in office. So you see, sometimes even our assessment should go back even to our devolved units.
Okay.
Yes.
Ninakubaliana na wewe, because if we're going to blame anyway, we might as well blame everyone that deserves to be blamed. Yes, blame the national government for their ills
assessment
and their evils, but let's not forget also that our governors, senators, and whoever maybe have also not delivered.
Yes.
All right. Kamau, maybe you can tell us your perspective on the same question I asked. Where are we headed in the right direction? Or rather, are we headed in the right direction? Sorry.
Well, we are not, but as he says, it's good to be positive. I heard he mentioned inflation and GDP. Well, as per now, the GDP, the growth rate of the GDP is at around 4.6%, which is not bad. It is stable. But the government is, the debt in our country is ballooning. The government is borrowing to repay debt. Right now, the other day, maybe 2-3 weeks ago, the Nyakango, she said that we are due.
This is the Auditor General.
Yes.
Okay.
We are
No,
due.
no. That is the control of budget.
Okay.
Control of budget.
All right.
She said that we are due for payment of debt of 3 trillion, 3 point something trillion. And if we fail to repay that debt, we are going to go on, we can be defaulted, and we have to pay that debt in between now and the next few months, 6 months. This debt will go to China, IMF, African Development Bank, and then local borrowing.
Okay.
You get? Now, the government, because of resulting to borrow locally, and it has kidogo slowed down on borrowing outside, the borrowing rate in the normal banks, in our normal in our environment locally, has increased it for a normal mwananchi to have access to money, which now means local banks are giving the government, because the interest rate is good, the repayment, you're sure the
government will pay.
The government will pay. Now that one is making it hard for people and businesses to borrow money and to have float,
Okay.
to have some kind amount of money to have to have in circulation.
Yes.
Therefore, businesses are failing terribly. People don't have money for stock, and people don't have the buying power. So the stability of the economy is kind of coming chini. Maisha sasa, cost of living comes up with what we saw the other day with the fuel. Fuel we went high by 40 shillings, and then kidogo tunatolewa 10 shillings because something funny. And then the same government a few months ago had said that we are okay, we have mafuta iko sawa na there is no need for panic. And then a few weeks, 1 week later, after the CS said so, there was a 4 billion scandal.
Okay.
Now 1 week later there was an increase, and then jaba tu hapo, sijui huyu anaondoka, huyu anaenda, sijui hadi wa leo
walikuwa watatu walijiuzulu
na aje, they have never been charged. And yet there was a 4 billion scandal, and we have never seen anything happening. No, we are not okay. The government, the Kenya is at crossroads. Yes, we are not okay kabisa at all. Look at the political heat of the country right now. You cannot be right as one person, and as 5 we are wrong. You have to be the problem. You get? If these 3 minds,
it's not possible for 3 people to be wrong versus 1.
It can never be.
Okay.
That one can never be. Now we are having one government which is right, and it is saying things are happening, health is working. The other day we saw that the DP's office is crying for an increase of what?
Some 453 million.
453 million for mandazi and chai, and for increase of helicopters fuel. Whereas capitation saizi watu wamerudi shule, kuna shule mapapatiwa 95 shillings, 5 shillings for textbooks. How is that right?
Tuliongelea hiyo mambo ya shule leo.
It is funny, it is. We are in a country where we joke with education, and my brother is quite. I love this young man because I've listened to him. He's quite eloquent and good. He is well educated,
right?
And he knows if it is not for education and his hard work, where he is today, he would not be there. Myself, the same.
Okay. I mean, I would be disappointed him being a student leader and he doesn't have a bright mind. Now,
exactly.
kuna vitu amesema hapo. And especially on that education issue, we were just having a conversation this morning with CT, and we said perhaps ni sisi ndio hatuelewi. We need the people in the Ministry of Education, perhaps even someone from Treasury, to come. Hold on, because jana Professor Bitok alienda parliament na explain Kenya explain. Sienda alitubreakia down hiyo 95 bob, akatuambia kuna 40 sijui 35 ya sijui vitabu, kuna 40 ya nini, kuna sijui 20 ya walimu, kuna 10 ya something else. Yeah. So I would pretend that I'm an expert to understand what exactly he meant by that. But yes, indeed, there are questions there, and we shall ask them for sure. He has mentioned some of the issues that the country is facing, and he started with the oil. He spoke about education. Amesema vitu zingine nyingi
na madeni kwanza ni mbaya sana, ni mingi. But hizo zitafanya juu tunaomba kulipa. As a finance expert and as a purchasing expert, procurement, I understand the scope of debt in our country because we borrow to procure.
Okay.
You get? But now our country, we are borrowing to repay debt and then to bribe people, to bribe voters, not for development. That is. And then na wizi to State House 17 billion, SHA 50 billion imeenda. Bribing voters hapa kama as late as yesterday kulikuwa na kumejaa watu State House, mtu ngiri kumi just to sit people down to tell them tutafanya, tutapanga, tutaendelea, na tusikuje tukuambiwa ati, and then anaweka mikono hivi nyuma anasema unaona mimi kama, how you don't do that bana.
Can I ask you a question, Kamau?
Yes.
You stated very clearly that this government borrows to pay debt. And that actually goes against our constitution and even our laws. We borrow for development. What option would the government have? Because the debts that we have in addition to the debts that this government has acquired, are a reality. Let's say the Wiper Party won the election and they were now in the driving seat. How would they manage debt?
Now, let me bring you back. And you have said very well. And that is what is on book. The government is supposed to borrow for development. But now where we are at right now, we are borrowing to repay debt. As of due right now, I've said we owe China about 750 billion. That is due to be paid. 750 billion. We owe IMF 450 billion. We owe World Bank and AFDB, that is commercial banking banks. We owe them at least 550 billion. And then local borrowing, 800 billion. Or when you compute all that, it was coming at 3.1 trillion. Okay? That one now is supposed to be paid. This year alone, we have a budget of 4.7 trillion. So what is left on top of our budget? Not less than 1 trillion.
What's our revenue? Forget the budget. The budget has very little to do. That's our aspiration, what we want to spend. How much do we actually collect?
But we collected the other day. So KRA was low by what, 1.8%. Was it actually 20% or something? Because they collected what trillion? What was it?
All right. They have not collected 4 trillion, that is for sure.
Yes, they have not collected. It was 1 point something trillion.
If you have a budget that is more than your own revenue, tuache deni kidogo.
Cut on expenses, even in your house. If you're having a debt.
The question I asked was, so the Wiper Party would cut on expenses.
We would curb corruption. Money that is collected in this country to go for development, it is stolen by people first before it goes to development. Money that is borrowed to go for health, it goes into people's pockets. That is, we have seen, that is SHA. Money that is supposed to go for projects, those projects are inflated, they are ballooned. Barabara inafaa cost not more than 100 million, inatumia 1 billion. Where is this money going? And we have seen all this. That kwako city, ukijenga uweke kabro, it will not cost you on a distance of 500 meters by width of let's say 20 feet. That is 20 feet by 500 meters. It will not cost you more than something 150,000. But on a tender of a county government tender, that inflation goes up to around 750,000 shillings. Now that is where the problem is.
Let me ask a different
question. And that is now where we as a Wiper Party, we are going to cut on costs. Right. That is one. Number two, we are going to curb corruption. That is two. Because our party leader, and because you've asked me as a party, our party leader, who is a council, he understands the constitutionalism of he understands the constitution, and he understands the rule of law, and he is someone who has advocated for the rule of law, and he does not flinch on corruption. He does not flinch on bribery. He is on record, amesema amejaribu kununuliwa, alimekataa kwa sababu anaambiwa ingie huku aimbe 2 term, lakini it does not make sense when you unaimba 2 term na kuna wizi tu. When we are saying, it is not even fair when we are giving money, dishing out money in State House, when we are dishing money out in projects that do not make sense. But here in Kenyatta, we don't have cancer machines, MRIs.
We actually have them. They're just out of order, but we have them. The question I'm asking primarily is this debt that you speak of, that we now need to pay to the tune of 3 trillion. Is it debt that this particular government took?
Yes. It is a debt that was taken by the previous government and this one. And this government alone, for the record, and it is there, Ruto has been in office for the last 3 years. Ruto has borrowed over 4 trillion. That is up to now.
Nataka kusikia Oko's voice on this one.
Sorry. Yes.
Chunga your microphone.
Chunga, yeah. Now, let me do explain around this debt issue a bit. The debt that has been accumulated today is around 12.3 trillion, right? By the time Uhuru Kenyatta was leaving us, it was around 9.3 trillion thereabout. Now, remember, government exists in perpetuity, okay? So what happens is this. Whether they took debts that were undeserving or for whatever rationale, at the end of the day, even if Kalonzo Musyoka was to be president today, the Kenyan debts must still be paid. Kenya, because we are under the Commonwealth regulations and all that, we cannot declare our debts as odious debts. There's something called odious debts. Odious debts, it's where the debts, because you because of some reason you declare them illegitimate, say the ones that were taken by Uhuru, but that does not happen that way. So right now,
I repeat that again.
What
is this Commonwealth?
So because we are guided under, the Commonwealth, we are under some, global frames that Kenya is being involved. So, for example, if we take a debt from a commercial debt from, say, IMF or whatever, some of these commercial debts that was taken by Uhuru Kenyatta, as a new president, I cannot come and declare the debts as odious debts, like they were illegitimate debts, because government exists in perpetuity. So,
even if the debts were taken ostensibly for development, and there was no development done.
Yes.
So you've deliberately gone against the laws of this nation, and you're saying that that cannot be referred to as odious debt, and yet it is odious.
No, you see, the idea of whether a debt is odious or not odious is something that we could, locally have a rational or a discussion about, but at a global stage, or from the person whom we took a debt, we owe them a debt. So, for example, if I give you, say, 1,000 shillings, whatever you do with it, whether you use it for the appropriate reason or not, at the end of the day, you still have to pay me you still have to pay me the debt. There's something I was trying to. There's my trail of thought that. So
you're on the Commonwealth issue.
I interfered with your train of thought.
Yes, I interfered with my trail of thought a bit. So what happens now? What he has said is that the Kenyan government is taking a lot of loans, and you see, there's something called debt maturity debts. Debt maturity debt is when now a debt has matured, and because we do not want to default as a country, what the government does, it takes something called consolidated debts to repay the existing debts, so that we as a country we do not default. I think one important question that you are asking him, what then is the solution? And I think he is taking you around circles without giving you an exact way. So one, for example, as one thing that government could do is, say, reduce the budget deficit, because sometimes you get that our expenditure level is way even more than what we get in terms of revenue. Another way could be around selling government assets. As Kenyans will come to that conclusion, how do we increase our tax base and so forth. Around the State House issue, I want to tell him, even if Kalonzo Musyoka was to become president today, he will still need to give people money after they leave. There's something called. Let me just explain to you.
Hold on. No,
let me explain to you.
Why are you speculating? Something that is out. How do you speculate?
I'm still explaining.
He had not finished his train of thought.
Okay.
Yes, he had made a statement. Give him time to qualify.
There is something called the confidential budgets. The president has a confidential budget. State House. Don't be worried, my brother. It is part of political management.
Now that is the problem, because I am actually saddened that a young man today in this country can sit down here and tell us about political management, where people elsewhere in some schools, in some areas, where schools size on.
Let me just ask you a question.
No.
So that you can chip in. So that you can answer me. Just a question. Kindly, one question. This is a question so that you can answer. Kalonzo Musyoka. Just a question.
Yes. So
don't kindly. It's a question I want to ask him so that he can chip in.
Actually, no.
No.
Let him yes. You had your turn. Hold your turn. Write it down.
You should have asked
the
question.
Speaking, you can ask him.
He's actually disturbed my train of thought. You said I
Your
recollect
microphone
it.
chunga juu itakatika.
Now, I was saying it is saddening when a young man born in the 21st century who is in the government wants to think like the same people. I wish he would be here, he would be seated here trying to tell and call out or maybe plead with his boss to listen to the people of Kenya. Right now, my friend, there are children who have gone to school with barely nothing. There are some schools which are not, they are not in good conditions. Even in his backyard there in uko Baringo, uko Uasin Gishu, we have so many schools in the country that, even in Garissa, even in Mandera, I mean, we have seen all these things, that the situation in the country. But he is seated us here down telling us that the president have a consolidated fund, confidential fund, that he can use for political management. Really? You care about, the problem is...
Do you think it actually exists or it doesn't exist?
Well, I know the president have a confidential fund.
Yes.
What he is supposed to do with that money is his problem. The Ministry of Interior the same. The Ministry of Defense the same. Even the Office of the Deputy President. But I am very sure that money is not supposed to be misquandered for political management, for political, kiburi, kuinua kiburi yako. How do you call people ukuje walipe wakae chini wakusikize? How? And that is why we have been used to the same things over and over again in this country, such that tunaulizwa hata wanashindwa how these other political grounds are growing. I'll come to that. Now, Ouko is telling us that the president is okay to use 100 million in a single day from his confidential fund to give people, to dish out money to people, to umekaisha watu chini, ukawanunulia chai na mkate na lunch, and then ukawapea 10,000 at the end of it all. No, they are not supposed to be there in the first place. There is no day, and he said that that has been the state house culture. Kutoka nijijue nikapata Kibaki akiwa in power. There is no single day niliwahi sikia Kibaki ameita watu state house anawaambia chenye anafanya, and I dare him atutolee.
Okay. Kuna swali ulikuwa
Uhuru Kenyatta the same. And I dare him atutolee. When even you but City, my brother, you don't go and start managing your wife and your children. Ati unawakaisha chini unawaambia chenye utawafanyia, and then you tell them saizi shikeni. You do it, and then they see it and they are happy. And then it is very sad. I repeat again, ati huko anakaa hapa na huko ndo pesa hiyo, huko ndo debt inaenda. Amesema ati recurrent expenditure tuondoe. My friend, tunachukua kasa hizo deni tumechukua. Scandal, when Ruto came into power, kulikuwa na scandal ya mafuta ya 5 billion cooking oil. Ilienda wapi? Kulienda aje? Kukakuwa na mafuta ingine ya scandal ya 17 billion. Kulienda aje ule mama wakati Churchill alikuwa in power? Saa hizi kuna ya 4 billion. Na bado watu they are still there. What we did, we recycled the same problem. Unatoa Churchill huko na muweka huko. Sasa kuna huyu mwingine wa broad based government, kwa sababu hawezi tolewa, wana manage. He has said something that is very true. Okay. What they are doing, they are politically managing this. These are politicians, and politicians run with their own interests.
Okay.
This country needs statesmen, needs leaders. This country needs people who will manage the constitution and the rule of law, not politicians. These are politicians. He's being made to be a good politician. He's being made to be someone who is very selfish. Yeye akule yeye peke yake.
Okay. Kamau, auko anaweza kuuliza swali?
Aniulize ni.
I'll ask him as I also make my point. Mbuvi, I don't like the idea of political romanticization, all these idealistic things. As to the rationale, as to whether it is right or wrong, we can debate around that. But I want to give the realistic picture frame of how things are. I have attended the Wiper Party youth forums before, even before I moved to this other side. The other one that was even attended with the Kinababu, and I can tell you from that meeting, youths were given transport to go back home. It is something called.
How much was it?
It was, I think, 2,000, 3,000
per head.
yes, per head, but also depends with also those who are who are used for mobilization had much higher. It is part of political political management, and he also knows, even Kalonzo Musyoka, there is no political sitting in this country you can do. Then after that, you tell people, thank you for coming.
I tend to differ.
You know, in this country, have you ever heard huyu jamaa ko ground? When people say you are at the ground, it doesn't mean that they love your ideas so much. Before they start thinking about, you know, your philosophical ideas and all that, because they know these things don't make sense, they are eating your money. Okay. That is the truth of the matter. So this is part of political management, and he knows, even during Kibaki's time, during Uhuru's time, when a politician meets with people, you can't just call people, then after that tell them you are the president of the country. People have come all the way from Kirinyaga, left their business, they have left everything to do to come and see you. Then you tell them, thank you so much for visiting me. We as a country, we have not grown to that level of that. We are not like USA, where you can hold a dinner and everybody goes back. We have not there in terms culturally. So I think even in consequence, he has already answered the question that I have asked. I had asked him as to whether that is right or wrong. It's something that we can debate around, but that's the realistic frame of how our country operates.
Okay. All right. You are differing with something.
I can say something that we are growing a country that where now we are not paying people.
Yeah.
I can tell you this for a fact, and I swear, ukweli wa Mungu. I was in Nakuru. I just said, I was invited for one of the rallies, the Linda Mwananchi. So I was told, come and see what you're doing here.
Yeah.
We are young leaders like you, come and see what you're doing. So I went, I was given a chance to say hi to the people. I said hi, and then I came back, chini nikashuka. I spoke to 3-4 people. I asked them, umepewa ngapi? Mimi sijapewa kitu. Umepewa ngapi? Mimi kitu nimepewa ni kofia. You get? The only mobilization we are doing, Linda Mwananchi, us as the United Alternative Government or the opposition, what all these political parties that are not in the government, they're doing is just branding themselves and organizing for meetings. You saw what happened in Kisumu, what happened in Vihiga, 2 days. I want us to debate it economically, and I think then we must be having very rich people. You saw what happened in Vihiga on Saturday, what happened in Kisumu on Sunday, multitude of people.
Yes.
What happened in Kitui on Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. That is Kitui County for Makueni, 3 days, Makueni, then Mombasa with the United Opposition, that is in Bamburi, with Kongoea Market, Tononoka, Changamwe. Multitude, unasimama tu, and I will say, because I was in Mombasa, unasimama tu, uko hapo.
Yeah.
You get, unasimama uko hapo, watu hawafanyi nini, hawalipwi. We are talking because we are addressing the real issues of the people. You saw what Matiang'i did in Murang'a. You saw what Mother Karua did in Kirinyaga and Nyeri over the weekend. These people who are coming are people of goodwill.
Yes.
Whereas these people are people who are coming to listen what we are going to tell, what we are going to pay the debt. How are we going to pay the debt? And I think you asked that question and I didn't answer maybe well. We are going, and City, I told you, 1, we are going to cut on expenses, cut on cost. Number 2, and this is the cancer in the house, corruption. Tutashika 1, and I always tell my party leaders and my principals, Kasongo should be jailed immediately. These guys should afinywe, hizo vitu zote wameiba warudishe. Anything that does not belong, you have acquired illegally. It should be gotten back. Number 2, how are we going to pay debt? We are going first of all to ensure that the judiciary is clean, because again, our judicial system is corrupt itself. Cases are stalling. Unapata mtu aliiba akakuja akafuatilia hivyo, bado wako kwa ofisi saa hizi. The other day, even those judges themselves, the other day what was there, maybe the day before yesterday, one judge who was being asked a question, how much is your net worth? Akasema you can refer to the last interview, I was here 3 months. What the hell is that? Si ujibu tu swali.
But alijibu.
Lakini hakujibu, alisema refer to the last.
Yes, he responded.
That's a response. No, but that is not a response. You just say I am worth 300 million.
Actually agree with
constituting of assets and money in liquid and these cars and these cars. Simple, if it is yours and you know umetumia jasho yako kununua na kujipanga. How are you able to account for your wealth even if you are waken up immediately? What is your net worth? You're supposed to say it. Lakini ati unakuja unaulizwa unasema you refer to.
Hata hiyo ni
kiburi na ni mbaya.
Hiyo sio kiburi. Why is somebody asking a question which they know a response to?
No, City, no.
So you want to tell me for the last 3 months that guy has not been working? Maybe amenunua kashamba mahali.
Every morning we say our names, every time, every top of the hour we say our names. Yet people know our names, but there's that one person who's watching or listening for the first time.
Are we looking for a job? Are
no,
we
we're not
being interviewed? Are we
what do we do? No, City, when he's asked or she's asked, I don't know, was it a he or she? It was a he. Akiulizwa pesa ni ngapi? Hata kama alikuwa amesema 5 minutes before, aseme tu my net worth is 5 billion.
You know, you see what we're discussing here is a sum total of what the political sphere that we have in this country seems to engage the citizenry in. Who has done what, who hasn't done what, who owes what, who doesn't owe what, and there's very little truth in between these things. Very little. It's politics. There is no government that Kenya has had that has not had a scandal. None. So when Kamau talks about this particular government and the wrongs they have done and the need for restitution, I agree with him. So do we let the others go scot-free? Some have died, but where do we start? Where do we begin? Where do we end? Number one, everything that you say and the Wiper Party will want to do is good. This particular government said the same things. The government before that said the same things. Some even tried. The Quebec government even tried radical judicial surgery and all these things. And how did that work out? You know, the debt that you speak of, every time we owe money, there's something called a rolling over. Sometimes what we do is we just pay the interest, but we don't pay the substantive rule. That's rolling over. Meaning, umelipa tu interest, lakini what you're supposed to pay,
the principal bado iko
pale pale tu, na ukingojea the next time you're supposed to pay bado iko pale pale. I was hoping you'd say this 3.5 trillion that Nyakango talked about is an accumulation of debt that the country has incurred over probably the last 10 years and some of it in the year that this particular government has been in place. That is the correct position.
True.
Okay. Now, because of the nature of government, President William Ruto's government will come to an end at some point. Another government will take over. That's why I asked what Wiper would do if they took over. You cannot follow the same script as this government followed and telling us you'll do A, B, C, D. Things which are easy to say when you're not in power. And then you get into power, you suddenly realize this thing is not as easy as I thought. You may want to. There are dynamics that become a reality when you're sitting on that chair. Before, you can imagine what they are, you can think you understand it, but you don't. You see, it is important that the citizenry of this country understand how we got to where we are and what can realistically be done. Because if we borrow $300 billion, now let's make it shillings, it's a better discussion. It is incumbent upon that government to tell us what they've done with it, and they should show us this is what we've done. If they haven't done it, the discussion of the odious debt comes in. And you see, it didn't start in this century. There was a Spanish-American war, bwana. When the Cubans got their independence, they said what the Spaniards took when they were in charge of Cuba to fight the war, the government could not pay, because it was not the Cuban government who took that. Hiyo ilikubaliwa. Okay? When a principal who is a president takes a loan, and that loan is supposed to be, according to our rules, it must only be for development, but we see other things that do not meet that threshold. We are blaming the president, and yet the president cannot borrow. The president cannot allocate budget to himself until he goes to parliament. Why is it that we never include parliament in this discussion? Because if You borrow money and parliament didn't give you the authority to do, you've already broken the law. That one, upelekwe kotini uanze kujibu hizo swali. If parliament agreed and allowed you, then we blame parliament. What am I saying? There is a need to have an honest discussion. Your generation cannot talk the way my generation talks about our politics, because you're taking the country nowhere.
That is true.
You're just stuck in the same vicious cycle that we've been in. Talk to your audience who are 70%, 75% of this country, and introduce them to the concept of an honest discussion about our politics. Not these promotional discussions and rhetoric that we like. Unajua hawa hajafanya hii, unajua. The issue of capitation began in the Uhuru era. Money was never paid in the Uhuru era. That money disappeared, because if you're not given that capitation, don't think that you're going to claim it later. That year, that budget ends, that money is gone. So the state of our nation is a state of everybody, every citizen of this country, not a political party, not the leanings that you have. So gentlemen, when we have these discussions, it is important to promote your party. We understand all that, but promote it with a discussion that deals on facts, please. Yes.
Oko, you were saying something.
Yeah, and I think largely agree with the city, especially on the economic lens that he has explained. First of all, we need to have an honest discussion. That's why I told you there is an ideal self that we would love to place ourselves as a country, but it must also start from a realistic conversation where we are. But now to move a bit towards politics, especially on this Linda Mwananchi group. There are three things I would wish to say about this Linda Mwananchi. One, I think it is a short-lived marriage, for lack of a better words. Towards November, December there, as we move towards 2027, Babu Owino let's talk even about the main characters there. Babu Owino prospectively wants to be the governor of Nairobi. And they'll start asking themselves serious questions. As Babu Owino, who wants to run for governorship of Nairobi, how is the citizen in Narok, Mombasa, Kisumu coming to vote in Nairobi? He will narrow his focus, his niche to where it belongs to. And you see, another thing you also need to ask yourself, where is this movement going to? Okay, carry people to a car, then where are we heading to? So, as we head towards 2027, the Kibagendi, Onyonka will be asking themselves, okay, as we're moving around, but on the national scale, the person who will place us on the table is Matiang'i. Why can't we go back in? They'll have their own wars in Kisii to fight with Akina Osoro. That's the realness of political dynamics that will be playing at that level. The second thing, I saw some people are saying, oh, now the Luos will be one term, I don't know, and all that. When the dust now settles and now political reality will be hitting, there's something called prioritization of a community in a government, okay? And this is something that, say, for example, the people, because I come from there, the Luos will start asking themselves, an election is like marriage. And in a wedding, normally in a wedding, at the end there, when we now want to take cake, it's normally the groom and the bride who take the huge cakes. Then the more you move, the more it's given, the more it becomes small. If the people from Nyanza are to join the Kalonzo Gachagua side, they will not be coming as a priority community in that government. They will be given, you'll get that Kalonzo has taken 30% of his people, Gachagua has declared he's taking 50%, then the people from Luo Nyanza will be told, you people came as our friends, now they have to divide. There's something called a community prioritization. It's part of political management. Even the thing you were saying, there's no president, even if Kalonzo was to become president today, he will not arrest William Ruto. In fact, he'll do a handshake with him to manage Akina Gachagua. That's the difference. That's how political management sometimes work. Then the third thing that I want to say, the reason as to why I don't think there is some level of organization either on the opposition side or even this Linda Mwananchi side, it is because whenever you're going to an election, always try to have the numbers the number of certainties on your side outweigh the uncertainties on your side. What do I mean? For example, in 2022, you know, Baba had a lot of snowballs in the air. He was being told, oh, hii Mount Kenya tuachie, we will give you. Oh, the state will handle Chebukati. Oh, the state will do this for you and that. William Ruto only had one uncertainty: to make sure the Kikuyus vote for him. And in this election, he only has one uncertainty: to make sure all the bases that voted for Raila Odinga vote for him. These other people, you don't know who is their presidential campaign, where they're waiting to get the resources. You don't know how they're going to... So they have a lot of uncertainties before they don't know who is going to leave, who is going to sabotage us. So...
Yeah, over to you.
Well, he has spoken of Linda Mwananchi. Well, it's part of us, and at some point he touches even myself. I'm an aspirant of member of parliament Limuru, but I was in Mombasa. So he is talking of Babu, who is an aspirant governor here in Nairobi,
yeah.
But he was in Kisumu. Where else? Because we understand, we don't want to be used to the same politics. Movie, the day you'll get used to your wife, you'll start getting bored.
So you want me to have a second?
Listen, Nauko, you are please shut. Listen, let me school you. Movie, the day you will become used to your wife, your job, you will start getting bored of what you're doing. Okay, now as we don't want to get used to politics, I want to be able to go to my ground in Limuru, talk to my people, tell them what I'm going to do to them. At the same time, I am interested with my nation. I want to go and listen to the people of Kisumu. I want to go and learn from them. I want to go and learn from every part of the country. So the moment Ouko comes and sits here and say, watu saizi, because all what he's saying, these people are wasting time. Tumebebana hivi tumeenda. That is what he is saying. Tumeingia kwa gari tumebebana tumeenda. We are wasting time. He is out of order.
What I understand from him is that he's saying it's a good thing to have crowds in Kisumu. It's a good thing to have crowds in Ukambani and every other place that all these politicians are going to. But when it comes to the place where you're asking for votes, are you going to get the same crowds voting for you? Ama ilikuanga tu kelele?
What I'm trying to say is this, and I think he has a paraphrases now. What I'm trying to say is that all these things they're doing is okay. But when the dust settles, every man for himself, God for us all.
Okay, that is what I'm saying. That is what City was telling him. Stop being used to the same politics that City was doing in 1990.
Yeah.
Because that is what Ouko is used to. Stop talking the same language the politicians in the days of in the era of City were talking. That is 1990. In the era of that is 1997. Akina Saitoti were using. Now we're in a new era. Let us try and change. You see, umesikia amesema aje hapa community politics, tribalistic politics.
Okay.
And they keep telling us we are tribal. Sasa tumekuwa Mombasa, tumeenda wapi? Tumeenda sasa ameenda amenarrow down, anasema Ruto is only concerned on the voting block that only voted for Baba. And now he has clearly said it here. And you get it to me. Ouko is very well much in this government. So whatever he speaks, he is speaking things that he gets from those tables. So if he tells you that Ruto does not care about Mount Kenya, na Ouko, that is what he is saying. He has said he is not concerned about Mount Kenya. He does not want the vote of Mount Kenya. He is only concerned about the vote that voted for Baba. That is what he has said. Number two, and I want my brother here to, because he has spoken about numbers,
right?
And he has said about Ruto, Uhuru alikuwa anaambiwa ati tutamanage Chebukati, wewe tutakuletea kura za mulima, wewe enda ukatafute zingine. Those are the politics we want to change. And we don't want to politicize things that based on community. We want to politicize because sababu leo movie ukienda kununua unga hauulizi wewe ni wa one term two term, iko wapi kadi, iko kila mtu maisha inakata across every it is cutting across everyone. So let us, kama unafinywa, kama unasikia this government is not working for you, hapo hakuna baba yako, hakuna mama yako, Uhuru si wenyu, even Kalonzo Musyoka si wenyu. Kama anakuja kukuambia chenye atafanya, unasikia ina make sense, fuata hiyo. Kama huyu mwingine anasema hivi na anafanya hivi na ako hapo nafanya anything, you just leave the guy alone and start doing your own things. And let me tell you,
Parting shot, right?
Parting shot.
We have 2 minutes. Yeah.
Parting shot. We are going to ensure that William Ruto is a one-term president.
Okay.
And the number of votes that we are going to have him, to defeat him with, hajawai ona. Because, again, he is too much used to the same politics. Handouts, kununua kura, kuambia watu, kuwapanga, kuwatenga, kuwafanya nini, tutamuosha. And utaniita tu. And huko,
yeah,
he should know that he is one of us, he is part of our generation, and this country is ours.
All right.
When the dust settles, as he says, he will be the next senator, MP, governor, maybe president someday. And he will have to, change with the dynamics. The world have changed. We are in the era of AI. Things he is saying.
Information age.
Even the information things he is talking about were the things of akina CT time walikuwa anaenda kurusha mawe ndo de matoke. Saizi unakatia de mato mjui anakaa Switzerland au jaifika huko unasema niko na dem kwa Switzerland. Please.
Wazee wa kwenu walikuwa wanakuambia kwamba walikuwa kirusha mawe ukitafuta madem.
Lakini CT pia walikuwa na pen pals. Anyway, huko last word.
Mbuvi.
Yes.
Let me say this in Swahili. Tuache mambo mingi, let's compare notes next year.
Tuache mambo mingi,
lazima tuwe na mambo mengi.
We compare notes next
lazima
year.
tuwe na mambo mengi. You see the citizens of this country know what they want. They are very clear about the things that benefit them. And I'm always fascinated by young politicians like Mao and Mark, who should be the leaders who are introducing completely new narratives to our political discourse. But clearly, I am backing up the wrong tree.
All right, gentlemen, we have come to the end of the show. It is hata nimewaibia dakika mzima. Guy. Sawa. This is where we come to an end. A big shout out to the following people. Sitasoma comments zenu. Majok, Morris Andati, kuna Wayaki Mungai, My Take 2.0, Morris Andati nimesema jina yako, si ndio? Alando na kuna hizo zingine ni wako na points. Nitawaambia
what happened to this proverb.
Proverb ni amkupatiwa?
Kutupea proverb.
Ilikuwa inatoka the country of Burkina Faso.
That's very good of you. And let me paraphrase it. He who seeks revenge must dig 2 graves.
He who seeks revenge
must dig 2 graves.
Hiyo kwa ufupi.
Nimedrop mic.
Naenda umeidisha. Nitawaambia mwende msome hizi comments ziko na maneno for you guys. Otherwise, here's the news with Winnie Maganga.
This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga. President William Ruto has hailed marathoner Sebastian Sawe